Yo. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Into another day in the life. Big streaming. We're so locked in. We're so locked in. Finishing up some of this block out. You know the vibes. Hey, how are you doing? Priest Ricon? How you doing? I liked your stream the other day. It was cool to see what you're working on. Tell me a story. What kind of story? Did you stream today? Did you already stream? You streaming later? How you doing? That would be Kriyastricon. Okay. I have like horrible reading abilities, so I appreciate the phonetic pronunciation. Kriyastricon. Okay, I'll remember that. You stream at 8 p.m. Oh, okay, gotcha. Cool, very cool. I usually start. Depends on the day. I try to get in before 6 PST. But today I got off work early, so I need to get those hours in. You know what I mean. But how are you doing? How's life? How's the project? You know, the only one who couldn't pronounce my name, you'll be the last. Yeah, many such cases. I think about that a lot. Like, I'll be reading people's names and stuff, and I guess I never thought about it before I started going live and things. But some streamers are just good at getting it on the first try, whatever somebody's name is. But I realized I'm terrible at it. I'll always get it wrong consistently. What's up, Abernick? How's progress on that Freddie Mercury statue I suggested? You know, it's getting there. He will be here somehow. It might be just a plane with him drawn on it. Some kind of statue. It might be a little too far away to know that it's Freddie Mercury though. So maybe that's a good thing, because it probably, I don't think I'm really bad at doing likenesses. Likenesses are one of those things that I feel like I spend way too much time. That was back when I used to do a lot of ZBrush, and I would have to constantly be looking at references to make sure like anatomy was looking good and everything. I feel like I was just terrible at it. Like, dude, I don't know how people make really accurate representations of people in any medium. It's a skill issue, you know, I would say. But maybe one day we'll get better at it. How are you doing? How's life? What are you up to? You're just vibing today? Have you considered more about going live? Doing some live streaming? All it takes is just an internet connection. You could do it from your phone too. I thought it'd be kind of funny to just like live stream from my phone. But might not be very smart to do it that way. Unless it's like an IRL. Unless you're doing an IRL thing. Maybe if you were streaming on TikTok, you do that. That's like the meta, I'm pretty sure. You know. Alright. Okay, let me think for a sec. What do I have to do to this? I guess I'll cover the top, maybe. Maybe I work on the textures for this. This wouldn't be too bad of an idea. Do it so we can get that grainy, low quality audio. Like from the phone. Dude, my mic, I feel like my quality should be better. I know that's probably another skill issue too, and because I don't always talk directly into it. But I don't know. It always feels like I have an echo with this. I bet my phone quality probably wouldn't even be that bad. I did go live one time from my phone when I was just like walking back from work because I was so bored. I was like, I kind of just want to go live for fun, and then because I missed my bus, so I was like, dude, I'm just gonna walk back, and then I just started live streaming, and it was like pretty dumb, honestly, but it was funny. It made me feel like a true, like a real IRL streamer, you know. Dude, I'm tempted to just not go all the way in with this, or with like these kinds of things. I already closed them off, which probably wasn't a very smart thing to do. But I think it's okay. Because like, how much of this are you really gonna see? You know, like you're not gonna see the back of it. This is where I make the stylistic decisions, I guess, because this is all good. The blockout is technically done. I mean, and you're gonna be low. You're gonna be pretty low, so you won't necessarily ever see the floor here, right? But get access to some Taylor Swift recording studio to really get that audio quality. Yeah, dude, I mean, some people's audio is at that level. It sounds like it's in a recording studio. There is NVIDIA broadcast, which can use a ton of your GPU to simulate really high quality studio sound, you know, but it uses a lot of your GPU, and I get really horrible like audio artifacting when I use it. I just have to wait because I'm cooking this inch thick steak. Ooh, that sounds so good. God, I haven't had a steak in so long. This inch thick. That's a thick steak. Damn. Dude, I'm too afraid to buy steaks. I feel like I'll mess it up. That sounds like the softest, most soy thing ever, but I look at the steaks and I'm like, they're like so good. But I'm like, am I really about to drop a lot for this and then mess it up? I don't know. It would last me a while too, because I got a small stomach, but I love a good steak. Maybe I just don't trust myself, but I've been cooking a lot recently, so maybe it's time. You will live longer. Is it true? Surely steaks, you can incorporate steak into a healthy diet, right? Surely. Red meat can't be that bad for you, right? I mean, I think it's part of a, see, the key word in diet in general, or at least the diet philosophy, is a balance, you know? Like if you, as long as you're healthy in other aspects of your life, surely you can have a steak every now and then. This apology thing drives me nuts in Blender. That's why I try to keep everything as low as possible. And this is also a really, really weird kind of arbitrary freestyle scene. So I can take it a little bit slow and just make sure that the broad shapes do what I need them to do. And everything goes into Unreal, so even if I have certain areas that might not be perfect topologically, they'll all just get converted to tries anyway. So. I was making a 3D character and I couldn't get past the forearm twist. Oh no. Yeah, deformation is tough. I used to do characters back in the day when I like wanted to work in like the game industry and stuff. I was like, well, I'm gonna do high poly characters, and then making sure everything worked for animation just was tough, and I was not good at it at all. But I also didn't really do much of the animating. I just made sure that it could do its thing, and honestly, most of the time, if I had a character and like this is, you know, let's say like this is the forearm or whatever, and then here's like the hand. My topology would always just look like this. You know what I mean? Like you only really need this. Depending on how high res is going to be, or if there needs to be certain articulation, then like maybe the elbow would have, you know, a little bit of this or something. Would be like was it usually, I guess, like, is this right? No, that's not right. Or I guess you kind of could do something like this, but just so that there's like a ball joint, or what's that called? This is your elbow, but the actual bone and shit. I don't know. I feel like the tube method just worked for me because I was lazy. But and I was not doing photorealistic, so I was like, why not? But we're a low poly Andy now, so you know the vibes. Humorous. This is your humorous, right? Or like, it's not the fuck, wait. Which part of it is the This whole bone is the humerus, right? Wait, hold on. I don't know anything about anatomy. Yeah, it is the upper arm. Radius and ulna. Oh yeah. Oh my god. I'm getting flashbacks to when I attempted to learn anatomy. Yeah, radius and the ulna are the forearms. That's right. Those two bones. Good stuff. See, there you go. You teach me so much, Avernick. You know, this is why you need to be streaming, so you can share the knowledge. You know, think of all the things people can learn from you. I'm tempted to just put this in and see what I can get away with for right now. Why not? YOLO. But let's select everything and then deselect these. It's not gonna let me deselect it. Oh. Alright, fine. I don't want to actually export those, so just because I know I'm not going to be able to see it. And it'll apply the transformations anyway, right? So maybe I just save it and then song's getting funky. Already told you the site you can find my streams on. True. Yeah, you share information on that too. You help people get to where they need to be in a different sense of that, right? In a different sense of the word, helping. I feel like I'm fighting aliens right now or something. Music. Usually do DNB, but I'm gonna vibe with this one. Whoops. Easy. What better platform to give anatomy lessons? True. Yeah, that's a good point. Exactly. Oops. This. Not this. I wanted to just combine them all. Oops. Can I not just Control J then? Wait, am I tripping? Or is it Control G? It's Control J, right? Wait, am I dumb? Why can't I conjoin them? Oh, it's because these have the modifiers on them. Okay, see the problem. Ooh, that's okay. Okay, the problem is that I can't export them as... I mean, I could export them all as individual things. It's going to be kind of annoying. I mean, whatever. Who cares? I can just delete them all anyway. So the move here is to just export these, but only the selected, and then we'll call it Fortnite Battle Pass. And let's go and open up UE. UE. I love Unreal Engine. I've been thinking a lot if I need to switch over to forward rendering and do stuff with just like distance field, ambient occlusion, as opposed to Lumen. Like Lumen is very convenient, but I don't like. I kind of like the contrast of having very realistic light, but with really low poly elements. And I know that I could make it look more, I could make it look like an N64 game, or make it look like it's a game of that era if I switched to forward rendering. And just did like vertex coloring and stuff. Like, I think that's a whole nother project. There might be instances where I want to take a scene and do a lot of vertex coloring, but the lighting that Lumen, the lighting results that Lumen gives me are just very interesting to me, and I'm not necessarily just trying to recreate like an N64 game. So I kind of am constantly battling. Like this, I wouldn't be able to really achieve this same lighting with other methods, you know. Like I could still have bloom probably. I don't know. Maybe I should just sit down and commit to it for a bit. I think every time I do another project, maybe I'll do it after I get version control running, because I think I'm tired of just making a new save every time I want to try something out. I feel like it just doesn't work. Deferred rendering is for procrastinators. Forward rendering is for people who make societal progress. It's right in the name. It's true. True. Exactly. I couldn't agree. Forward rendering. I'll just do it later, you know. I always think it's interesting the complaints people have about Unreal games, like AAA games. I don't know if I've ever played a game like a game that's in Unreal 5, actually. Because I don't like buy and play AAA games. So all the complaints that people have about Lumen, even the Silent Hill remake I never played, but I really want to. And I know people complained about the Lumen ghosting and stuff, but I think it's a little magical, you know. I think I want this whole thing to be one prop, so I'm just gonna put all of everything in here and not export the other thing. I totally lost my train of thought because I was trying to think for a second. You need one thing at a time. I'm gonna go to the fort, and then I'm gonna put the fort in there, not the fortress. Why did I not name it Blockout? I don't know. Don't even ask me. When will we get quadruple A games? I'm surprised it didn't change to like S tier, because the name AAA comes from bond ratings, right? It comes from like government bond ratings and like safety on return. So AAA is more of a, it's just like a, I don't know how to describe it. It's more of just like a colloquial term. It's not like a real thing, I guess. Even though studios might call themselves a AAA studio, or the game a AAA game or something. It realistically just refers to like your safety on return of an investment in terms of quality assurance. So if bonds, if there were ever S tier bonds, then maybe I'll make the first S plus game. Yeah, you should. The first time I ever heard or saw the S rating was, and I don't know if you ever played this or if anyone played this, one of my favorite games, Chrome Hounds. One of the most goated games ever that I had on Xbox, Chrome Hounds. You would like do a mission, and if you did extra well, you got like an S. I was like, what the fuck is an S? Or like, what? Why? How is an S better than an A? It was a very That's kind of what got me into all the rating system and stuff. I was like, wait, there's like all these other. It was kind of like before I even knew what gacha games were or anything or their ratings, and I don't know. I just remember thinking like it was kind of funny that there was something higher than an A plus. Does this match up? Or AAA or whatever. We did get one. It's called Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones. Oh my god. Wait. That was the pirate game, right? Didn't that Didn't that one shit the bed or something? Or did something happen and it couldn't go out? It looked sick, but then I heard people were dookying themselves about it. People were like crashing out about it. Does that sound about right, or am I tripping? It's a joke. They wanted that game to be insane, and it looked cool. Everything I saw looked cool, but I never had a chance to actually check it out. Yeah. Skull and Bones. Interesting. Also has to make an Infinity A game. Ubisoft was overhyping it as quadruple A, and it actually sucked. Is it out? Like, can you play it? I thought it was in like beta or something, and they never got around to actually releasing it. Quadruple A, that's pretty funny. It's the safest game you could ever buy. It is interesting how we associate AAA with like those studios now, even though I guess it kind of doesn't even mean that anymore, because now it's a toss-up with the game. I guess quality-wise, in terms of the graphics or whatever they want to push, will be, you know, that it'll be present. So if it's like a game that's the next Call of Duty, you know that it at the very least is going to look pretty good. But it's not the same. It's not the same type of AAA that you would expect to see from like an actual Bond return. You know what I mean? So let's move this like right here. I'm probably gonna need to change a little bit of this. Do I just get rid of the block out, or do you think I leave this here? I mean, I could probably get rid of the block out. Alright, let's see. Dude, we need a really good pirate game. Like, I love Sea of Thieves. Oh shit. I move the player start. I love Sea of Thieves, but oh shit, I got rid of the box. Hold on. I get so distracted. I love Sea of Thieves, but it feels like there's nothing to do. Or the gameplay loop is fun for a couple runs, and then I get bored. So, like, I think it is a really good game, and it is cool. It is a very cool game. But I get kind of bored after not that much time playing. Surprisingly build up pretty good. idea, reject the hype, make the world's first Z game, make the world that games like that do exist, and they end up being pretty good. Like certain indie games are made in a very like self-deprecating way. I think a game I think about a lot is Crypt Worlds, where the game is very just kind of like apathetic to the player and really strange, and like kind of makes fun of the game itself, and it's just like, yeah, none of this really matters. You had no control over any of this shit anyway. And it's just kind of tells you like to not deal with it, you know, or just to not give a shit, because you don't like nothing matters at all. It's pretty funny. But shout out Crypt Worlds. Crypt Worlds is a goated game. If you ever have the chance to play it. Same with like what other games are like that? There's some that are surely like that too. But Crypt Worlds is my favorite example because it's such a good game. I thought it would be funny if I uploaded my super witch girl to Pirate Bay website and had a creepy out of context pirate fall everywhere. I think that would be a great idea. Yeah, make it as cryptic as possible, you know? Just make it like oh shit, wait, I'm grabbing the dude, I'm so stupid. I'm grabbing the landscape too. Hold on. I think something that I really enjoy is leaving there to be, you know, as much ambiguity as possible and unresolved aspects that are just very strange and not fulfilling. So that's why, like, in a lot of the things that I render out and send, there's no jump scare, there's no payoff, there's no like, there's nothing really that's happening that's supposed to get you to feel resolved in any way. You're just supposed to sort of aimlessly walk around and feel a little bit like you have like dementia or something. And then people are always just like, I have no idea what this is. I'm like, okay, that's good, that's good. You know? You know the vibes. But I respect my audience. You know what I'm saying? A Z game is just one of those low quality Flash games someone made in an afternoon back in 2006. Maybe. I mean, does a Z game have to actually be bad though? Because AAA games aren't always good. It's just about the mark of quality, and that can mean a lot of different things. It doesn't have to mean just like it doesn't have to mean mechanics. It's usually in a reference to just the graphics, I guess, right? So maybe a game that's like, maybe a game that is mechanically perfect but graphically dog shit is kind of like a Z game. Because is it fair to even call a AAA game if it's ass? Like, is that Black Flag game technically a B or a D? If it's just about getting return on investment, then No Man's Sky. Oh yeah. Wait, isn't No Man's Sky super dank now? Don't people love No Man's Sky now? Oh wait, what does the bottom of this look like? I think I duplicate this and pull it in more. I think that's the move. I can leave this like that. I could honestly probably get rid of the back of these pillars too. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Oh, you were thinking of Star Citizen? Holy shit, dude. Remember when we were looking through all the prices of the airplanes and stuff, or the ships? Like, oh my god, dude. That was like actually crazy. I couldn't believe that they like that you can spend that much money on the game. Is it an MMO kind of like Eve, I guess? Or is the point of the game to spend your entire life in it? I think what I just do is duplicate this and then move it in here. But what I want to do, I'll hold it right here, okay? And how do I want to do this? Do I want this to be fully circled around? Maybe I go in or move one to the left. I think that's the plan. So why don't I take... All I need to really... Wait, I need to move... Hold on, quick maths. It's a money pit. Dude, but people... Are they gonna get the craziest return of invest? Because here's the future, right? Every game doesn't do well because there wasn't the longevity put into it, except for one game, Star Citizen. So Star Citizen is the only game that people care about, and then all the people that spent thousands of dollars on these expensive ships are just ahead of the curve. And then you go to like school or work or wherever, and people are just talking about, you know, the game. They're talking about like their life and stuff, and then they see that you've got that $10,000, you know, cargo frigate, and they're just like, holy, like this guy fucks, you know what I mean? And that's just it. Like, you're clouted. You're the most clouded person in your work. Like, you might even get a raise for your shit. You know what I mean? Does it have Hatsune Miku yet? I don't know. You could probably put like custom decals on your thing, right? If I had to guess. Okay, wait, I just need to remove one of these, I reckon. Surely you can put like custom decals in one of your, on your ship, and then just, you know, that'll be it. You just put Hatsune Miku. I wonder if people ever get in trouble for putting just like atrocious decals. I could actually move this more. I see that a lot in War Thunder. People like their decals in War Thunder, and some of them are just so obnoxious. That'll be $5 at the absolute least. Do you really think? What? Surely it's got to be like $20, right? Do you think Fortnite normalized skins being, or like $20 being an acceptable price for a skin? Or was that sort of baked into microtransactions getting crazy? I think I just make another one here. Like, let me take one of these and then separate it. I want you. I can split this, right, with the B key. Cannot rip. You're cringe. What if I just take this and then hit the B key and then grab it? No shot. Wait. B. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that. Oh my god, I'm so smart. Holy moly. We made it. You can also use B to do vertex to vertex snapping after pressing G. Oh, thank you for that. That's good to know, actually. Hey! Don't know the Italian is building Rome. Dude, it's my Sicilian blood was like, dude, you gotta start making some architecture, some it's influenced by not just Roman architecture, but Islamic architecture too, you know? About to tell Algeria, watch out, hey, let's not get too crazy, you know what I'm saying? We can keep it our own little zone, our little pandemonium zone. How are you doing, Dora? How's life? What are you up to? What's going on with you? How are the vibes? Is this gonna fit? I think this was... Wait. I think this is too much geometry, right? Is that really how much it has? It feels like it should be less, but I guess not. Whatever. Well, let me try this. I can do... It said B. Use B to do vertex to vertex snapping after pressing G. I'm pressing B. Wait, what does this do? After pressing G. Sicilian, that's when you're from Seychelles, right? Yes, that's yes, Kaepernick. That is exactly what that means. Mr. Worldwide over here. My kitchen just exploded, but nothing is broken or on fire. Oh, that's good. Did you have a gas explosion that was contained or something? What? How did your kitchen explode? Did you like make something super dank? And it was the bomb. I don't know. I heard the sound, went to check, and nothing is there. It was me. Sorry, I got hungry. Make a selection of what you want to move. Press G, and then B. Click on the vertex of the geometry being moved, and then click on the vertex to snap it. Okay, let's see. So G, B, and then click on a vertex to snap it. If I click on the vertex, it doesn't move it to it. Am I doing this wrong? By M1, R2? It's a bit weird. I think my muscle memory is going to be very difficult to switch me away from that, but you generally select more than one vertex to move. Oh, really? It's a bit weird, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know why I can't lock in for that one. Hence, you need to select one on the geometry you're moving to. Okay, wait. I'm curious. I'm really curious about this. Stop eating my damn shawarma, dude. Come on. How are you gonna ask me to not eat a shawarma? That's just like, you should just stop, breathing. That's like, how am I supposed to do that? How is one supposed to just stop eating the shawarma? Okay, I have my two vertices, pressing G and then B. It's like lines too. Interesting. So if I select the vertice, or do you mean I like move it to the spot and then press B? No. Select the vertex on the geometry you're moving first. Oh. Okay. Oops. G. B. Oops. B. 1, 2. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, interesting. But that doesn't attach it to it. They're not merged though. They're just, now they're on top of each other. So would I not still have to just merge them? Or am I tripping? Because they're still different pieces of geometry. I feel like there was a easier way to merge them though, that I can't quite remember. You know the vibes. Why is this one so much higher? But, It's more useful when you're moving a lot of vertices overlap, which you can merge. Oh, and then you just, I see, and then you just select everything and then do merge by distance. Okay, that actually, yeah, that makes sense. It does make sense. All right, well, I will keep that in mind. I think for this, because this is just like minor topology surgery, I can get away with being a little bit silly. I'm missing geometry here, though. I actually did this wrong. Oh, wait. These don't actually need this, now that I'm thinking about it. I just realized that. Because they're not... These are going to be underneath, so they're actually not going to need any of these protrusions. These are just for like lights and stuff. It doesn't make sense. It makes dollars. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean dollars, sorry. Very nice, very nice. Is there an easier way to do this? Wait. Should I be doing this for every single one? This might delete the whole thing, right? No. Is it gonna be stupid to do this for every single one of these? I could probably just do I dare merge these together? This is gonna be the only one that you're actually looking at, so I probably don't need to. Okay, why not? Why not? I'm just like move this like here, I guess. If I could magically control your computer, yeah. Let me give you let me just go ahead and give you like IT control. You know what I mean? And then you could just do it all for me. I mean, I obviously am gonna learn better if I struggle and figure it out when you're telling me. I'm usually one of those people that I'll spend a bunch of time on like forums trying to, you know, figure out, okay, wait, do I really want to do this to myself? I mean, I don't know, let's see. I'm usually one of those people that spends a bunch of time on the forums, like figuring something out, and then I end up resorting to like a YouTube video or something, because I just can't do it. So sometimes reading solutions is just like really difficult. You know what I mean? Wait, why don't I just merge these here? Oh, hold on. Instead. Whoops. And do like that. I guess it's okay, because these are going to be underneath, so it's probably fine. I wouldn't just hack you or anything. You could get me canceled or something. Yes, definitely. Easy. Getting canceled is... Pro tip, getting canceled is actually a myth, okay? There is no such thing as bad publicity. All that matters is just what you can live with, right? If you're just speaking your truth, you know? If you're just earnest, being canceled only happens if you let it cancel you, right? Or if you commit some kind of like heinous atrocity, then you know, I think that's you know, that's different. But I think you know, so don't go too crazy. But I'm not a free thinker. ChatGPT carries me daily. Dude, I feel like I should be using AI more. I think I worked through a lot of my problems too inefficiently. And there's some instances where I feel like using an AI to assist me would probably be better, and I'd probably learn more. Like, I think I am gonna learn more by struggling, obviously, but at the end of the day, if I could just get the answer from what is essentially a better Google, then maybe that's the move. But I also just didn't grow up with it, so I forget that it exists all the time. Sounds like something a canceller would say. Definitely not, definitely not. I like drama, but I don't believe in canceling, because then there would be no drama if everyone is canceled. Have you tried similar select Shift G? You could make the right selection. You could save yourself a lot of repetition here. Shift G, similar select Shift G. Can I do that? So if I how would I do that? Shift G. Amount of connecting edges, vertex groups, vertex crease. Whoops. Adjacent faces, vertex group. It wouldn't be vertex groups, right? Obviously. Now you need me, not an AI. True. I tend to never, you know, in my experience with any, especially if it's anything related to 3D or coding, whenever I try and get help from an AI, I feel like I spend more time troubleshooting what the AI tells me than actually getting a solution. Be in edge select mode and then try similar select by length. Oh, okay. Oh wow. Oh, but then it's gonna. Well, I can just unselect all those. Oh shit. Oh my god, you're kind of him. Let me make sure I'm unselecting all these. Thank you, Mr. Avernick. So could I just merge these by like a limited distance? Is such a thing possible? Might need to lower the threshold. Or do I do the thing that you were talking about before? I don't need to merge those, right? Wait. Oh, because I would just delete this. Okay, so what if I do... Okay, here's where I lock the actual fuck in. Wait, no. Maybe I do individual origins. And then G, B... No. How do I move? Can I move? I don't think that's gonna work. What happens if I do this? Okay. I was thinking the two horizontals and you could collapse them. Could I collapse them at their individual origins? Shift G. Like, do you think I could, collapse? Oh, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Dude, it's that easy. It is that easy. It's that easy. Dude, it's so free. Oh my god. Thank you, Avernick, for another late epic dub. Let me... Ooh. We're so efficient. These ones aren't the same length. Tragic. Magic, Mr. Blender. Hell yeah. We're making it out the, We're making it out the burbs with this one. I guess I just delete these. I don't need these edges. This is ultimately just a save topology, or like topology. Let me make sure these ones all got gooder. I did not get to where I am by accident. Real. I was actually made in a lab. So, but you know how it is. I guess I just do the same here. These are not the same length, huh? I reckon. What did you sacrifice? What did it cost? Everything. My time for the Blender community, real. Dude, how come these ones didn't get selected too? Oops. There we go. Hell yeah. There's other like Blender streamers that you help out and stuff too, right? That you vibe with. I wanted to like see who else is, you know, out there doing stuff Blender and streaming related, but I feel like after I finish streaming I'm always super tired. then I just raid someone and I say what's up, and then I gotta like eat or like pass out. So I need to pay my respects. The community, you know what I'm saying? Oh shit. Okay, can I select these? Do the same thing. Shift G, select similar. I think one place that I'm definitely lacking, I think I have something that I really enjoy about 3D is the topology because it feels just like a puzzle, even though it might take me a long time. I have the virtue or the luxury of not having to do this as like a job, so getting it done under like a pressured amount of time is not super important. But I do really enjoy topology and figuring all that stuff out. But when it comes to structured, usually like architecture type stuff, I have such a lack in knowledge because all of my experience was just in like sculpting in ZBrush and then doing very basic modeling. So whenever it comes to stuff like this, my knowledge is pretty limited. Whoops. So, oh my god, dude. Here, I'm just gonna frame selected. Oops. This one. There. My camera was getting all whacked. I think that should be okay. I should be able to move this into the back now. I wonder if this one's too straight, but... Would 100% vote on decapitation of a senator here. Good work. wait, what? I need to know about architecture is that open concept designs are very in RN due to shows about house flippers. Interesting. Oh, Roman joke. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I thought you were talking about the conversation. I was like, wait. I missed some lore. Open concept designs are very in right now. I'm not super in. When I was younger, I was kind of interested in like architecture stuff. I'm not so much anymore. I like architecture or environment or house designs if they're for games and stuff, but when it comes to just renders, I find them to be a little bit like boring usually. But I guess that's why concepts are probably more fun right now. Right. Do I need to do more of this? Maybe I push this back a bit. Like here. That's pretty good, I think. I think that's okay. Practically speaking, open concept just means there's no wall between your kitchen, diner, and living room. So you're just like living outside, I guess? Your house is just one big... Bro's living in the back rooms, bro. You just got one room. My open concept is just a pool room. You know what I mean? Is this too high? Too low, I mean? Let's see. Oh. This is what my house looks like, actually. I don't live there anymore, but I grew up in a house that's in Eichler. This house is pretty nice. That's how your house is. Feels comfier to me. Yeah, for sure. My house is like this. Not quite this fancy, but can't really see it. It's you can't see it because it's behind, but like my house or the house that these are way fancier than my house. I mean, our house is nice, but it was built in the 70s and we haven't remodeled it or anything, so it doesn't, these are like refurbished and remodeled. kind of like this, I guess. Dude. Oh, it's like this, sort of. It's like this, kind of. Actually, no. Should I just show you guys like a floor plan in my house? It's like, it makes your parents hipster or something. I mean, it was like affordable at the time. Like, these houses were made, they were made as like first time house buyers. And it was like a whole philosophy by Joseph Eichler to have like inclusive housing projects and stuff. And so the idea was to have kind of like high concept houses that families could move into for like their first house thing. And so in the 70s, well, my parents didn't buy it in the 70s. They bought it like in the early 90s, but it was super affordable. So there's like not many hipsters who live in these houses. My dad is a huge Beatles fan, so maybe that's, but not like a hippie or anything like that. But anyway, it just kind of reminds me of this because it has like this, it's got these glass walls. I mean, ours literally has glass walls like this. It doesn't have this crazy view though. I literally live in like a suburb, but I mean, this isn't even in Eichler. This is not in Eichler. It feels like in like gatekeeping Eichlers. That's weird. Really, a house from the 70s if it doesn't have asbestos in the ceiling? True. Our ceiling is literally just like one of the things about Eichlers is they're super flat, so they have these flat roofs, and I don't even know, there has to be insulation between the panels like that are the roof where your head is, and then between the actual superficial roof. But the walls are like paper thin drywall, and then the roof feels super thin, so I don't know if there was like any insulation. I mean, there had to be, right? But it doesn't always feel like it. Alright, I'm thinking. I think I moved these up a bit for a sec. Okay, so let me. I don't even really need to label the rest of these. Kind of not important. I just want to move them up slightly so that they match with the ground. Asbestos everywhere. I have heard that if you do have asbestos in your house, it's just better to leave it and like try and avoid it, because you know, if you try to have it removed or like agitate it, then it'll spread its like fibers, and that shit just like doesn't get out of your lungs. So you need a barn? What's up? Yalderim? How you doing? You need a barn? What kind of barn? It'd be kind of cool to live in a barn, low-key. On my cow arc. I wonder if I should move this over to the side. Or like this whole section here. When do I start texturing this? I think let me get the whole model in first. So do I really want to extend all these out as part of the like actual mesh? I think it would be fine to do that. Let's just isolate it, and then we'll hide this, all this, and then take the Maginot line. I'm just gonna do it the way that I would assume how first. We'll extend this way. I could probably line everything up after the fact. So let me make sure those are unselected. And then unselect all of this. This like here. Ooh. Can I unselect this one actually though first? Oh my god, what's up, Kaku? How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh my god, hi gang. How are you doing? How's life? Congrats again, Pakaku. Pakaku got into the college of his choice, so he's gonna be vibing in the fall, I'm assuming, right? When you start. Good, you're sleepy? Feel that. I'm a little EP too. I think I want to just merge these center. Hell yeah, congrats. Yeah, congrats, Pakaku. I know how anxiety inducing that whole process is. It was a long time ago for me, but we're very happy for you. Oh, it's in the spring. Oh, interesting. So you're starting next year. How are things here? Things are good. Things are good. Working on the place. This is my Minecraft base. Yeah. So trying to get the platforms in first before I do anything too crazy. This would be a good candidate for collapsing immediately, right? And I that way I don't have to make too much work. Coming along great by the looks of it, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Slowly getting there. It's hurting my head a little bit because geometry, weird stuff. But you know. But I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Weird shapes and topology. I feel like I don't need to actually do this, to be honest. Surely there's a less insane way to do this. Would you even see the ground? I don't think you even do. Like you might not even need this. You know what I mean? I actually think I won't do this. I think I won't do this. Because you don't even see it. Like you're so below the ground that you don't even need to see that. You know what I mean? You will need to have the roofs though, so maybe add those roofs. Ribs even. When I got my acceptance letter, I sat in my room staring at the wall for like 4 hours thinking it's a lie. Oh my god. Shit's intense. That is crazy. Oh, posture check. Oh, lock in. Thank you, Nathan, for the posture check. How are you doing? I don't know why I was just thinking they're gonna pull it. Just kidding, you're banned from ever entering our campus again. I know, I feel that. I felt that way the entire first semester. At BK, have it your way. True. Me and my friends used to just spam the Whopper 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 song over and over again. Because it is a banger. What's up, Beat? How you doing? How are the vibes? Whopper, 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 Whopper. Yes, baby. It's a whole new journey, Kaku. You're gonna be so locked in I can't even fathom. I did really enjoy college quite a bit. It was a fun time. 10 out of 10 would do again. I'm literally graduating, so I'm never gonna be, well, I still work on campus, so I mean, I'll be there, but you know. Yeah, no. I think I'd just do a plane here. Whopper, 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 Whopper. Well, Beat. What, oops, Shift B, right? Wait. Control, it's not Shift S, right? Oh, fuck, wait. How do I, apply the scale? Is it Shift T? Fuck, what is it? Shift C, Shift X, Shift Z, Shift B. Shift S? No. Am I dumb? Control A. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Dude, I don't know why. Thank you. Oh my god. Control A, thank you. Just having a moment. Avernick was teaching me a bunch of other hotkeys that are actually really useful. I don't know why I forgot it. But appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. So let me finish that spear I was working on. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, how's that coming? Appreciate it. Love. Ooh, we gotta make more emotes too, bro. I've been kind of lacking on that, huh? Sort of for gore. I was teaching him the dark arts. Yeah. The dark arts of Blender. You know. I'm gonna like bring this here. It's probably good. You think about trying Godot out? Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Interesting. Are you big programmer? Big programmer guy? I feel like I would be interested in Godot if I knew anything about speaking the language of the machines, you know? If I was an AdMech enjoyer, then yes. Probably would. Done with the modeling parts, I believe. Oh, nice, nice. Hell yes. Dab. Oh, thank you for the dab. Sorry, I just saw that. Nice. Used to program, but had to give up. Yeah. You want to get back into it? Yeah. I can teach you how to converse with the machines as well. Ooh, but we will be getting into that when I start having to do the fishing mechanic. I think what I want to do for that is about making it kind of like catching souls in a weird way. Use some kind of like lantern or something. Cause I don't want you to like throw a fishing rod into the water or whatever. I want it to be sort of a unique mechanic that functions essentially like fishing, but is disguised as something else. That's why I like the idea of like using a candle or a lantern to like attract objects to your location or something. And then the reeling mechanic is something I still want to figure out. Is there anything you don't know? I know, true, Avernick. What's the deepest lore? Where do you need to dive into the arts that only someone else can teach you? Most things that don't lie on the axis between performance and program generalist learner knowledge. Fair. That's fair. I see you're unsuccessful in romance. Does that not count as a generalist knowledge? You don't think? Generalist Blender knowledge. Romance. I mean, you know. It's pretty close, I feel like. It'd kind of be the same thing. This, I think I extended this too far forward. Wait, how is this part so high up? This part might have to be lower. Or at the very least extended down a bit more. Let me just move this part down here first. Accurate. Ladies, if you're a clout chaser or gold digger, I'm your man. Clout chaser. Avernick can you can put people on. You got enough clout to give around. Generalist Blender knowledge equals romance. I think so. I think so. Blender Riz is a real thing. I've seen it. Ladies, I'm broke and have no skills. Hit me up. Do not get lucky often. Like yourself. Enough to get on Tinder. Oh man. Hey, don't doubt the Blender Riz. I will say there's no such thing really as like. Well, maybe that's too broad of a stroke. I was gonna say there's no hobby that's like that you can't have riz with, because it's always the same thing. It's always about, like, you know, confidence. So you can be like a jock, you can be like a football player, do something that, you know, you feel like people would be really attracted to, and then be completely incompatible with like another person, and you will have a hard time connecting or sharing your interest if you're not confident in yourself. And I've seen people who are like, you know, nerds in a specific subject, but they're very, 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 very true to themselves, and they pull. Bird watching is dripping with Riz. That's what I'm saying, dude. I mean, there's some that are, you're gonna have a less difficult time, but at the same time, it doesn't matter so much about how much you know or how good you are. It's about just how you use it, which I guess might be as good as you are, but it's a different application. Like, your technical knowledge in something might not automatically yield you dates, but your ability to weave that into humor or just like human connection will be what makes you successful, if you're willing to do that. Otherwise, you might have a hard time sacrificing like a session of like nerding out or something. I thought I made these two different objects. I'm actually gonna crash out. Oh, that's fine. When chicks on Tinder ask if they can stack donuts on it, Jesus, you show them your Blender tutorial. Only if the donuts look like this one I rendered in 2020. People ask how to get in relationships. I'm like, I don't know, man. Everyone's different. Yeah, it's not a legitimate question, I feel like. Or I mean, actually, no, that's not true. I mean, I guess when people ask that, it tells you something right away that they're probably approaching it wrong. It's like the goal shouldn't necessarily be to get dates. It should really be like to wait, how did this happen? Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Am I gonna... Okay, well, I guess I didn't really need to do that, but... There's a whole... I actually had a really interesting conversation with somebody about, like, incels right now and all the red pill stuff. And, the problem that, like, a lot of young men have when it comes to loneliness and that pipeline. Dude, wait, how did this happen? Whatever it's been. And I think a lot of it comes from them not seeing women as people. They kind of they feel like they're more alien to them because of them not having any friendship or genuine connections with like women in their life. Like, the only woman that they know or are friends with or whatever might be like their mom or something. And when you other women to the point where you're kind of like in this space where it's like, I don't know how to get a date, I don't know how to do these things, blah, 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 then it's like, you're probably not looking at it from the most human perspective possible, which might be why it's difficult. But I guess it's kind of all in your head, realistically, if you're a guy, I guess. No. They can find hotness in everything, depends on time of the year. Oh, there you go. I can keep ladies out of my bedroom. Should have never shown them my unsubdivided topology. Damn. Hit him with the blender lines. 100%. Just because you're lonely doesn't mean you should look for it. Yeah. I mean, I think the best piece of advice I had when I was young was like, if you're not content with your life, or if you're like not happy, just getting in a relationship doesn't like change that. Like, there's other things you have to think about, you know. It's like, I think people separate components of their lives a little too much, and don't realize that like a lot of these things are interconnected, and you need to be able to have a stable, or you need to like understand yourself enough to know how to fix your own problems and not drag other people into your life and like ruin their life as a result, which I've definitely seen too. There's a weird incel epidemic right now. Yeah, I wouldn't call it weird. I think it totally is. It totally makes sense as far as how this happened, and it's, I think, really manufactured. Like, you look at the spaces that they go to, and it's always just about manipulation. Like, we've talked about the red pill, Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson type people who just kind of feel like they see the world through this really black-pilled ideology and don't, you know, understand that they're kind of being toyed with. Like, they're being fed this information that is meant to keep them subjugated to that ideology, and it's meant to keep them continuously in that position of being lonely. So that's kind of, I think people, it's not just that people become incels, it's like a lot of men when they're young might not handle rejection very well, and it's okay to crash out like once or twice about it, but it's now to the point where it literally is sold as like it's being sold as an ideology, which is really bad in my IMO. But it's also why a lot of young people are starting to vote more to the right too. Are you even going to be able to see this? I wonder if I should have just like put an edge loop there and then done that. You can't survive a long-lasting, healthy relationship without this mentality either way. Yeah, exactly. And rotate. And rotate. Yes. Real. Anselm seems like an ideology based around creating as many social problems as possible. Yeah. I mean, it's... You can say that about a lot of things, but I think, like... It's telling them that they're better than people are making them out to be. So the pipeline kind of looks like you as a man might make a mistake. I will say there's a lot to be said about problems that should be a little bit more normalized, like relationship mistakes when you're young. I think in the age of the internet now, like there's a lot of times you see where people will make mistakes in relationships or just have like weird bad relationships that get super publicized, and it's like okay to make mistakes when you're young because you don't really know, you don't really understand the world very well or people's emotions very well. But then the problem is, like, sometimes people feel like they're the perma victim. So a lot of young men feel like people auto demonize them because they're a young man, especially if they're like white or something. And that's like dangerous if you can't really come to terms with why people are saying that and not taking it so personally as like, wow, these people hate me because of something I can't change. People like Andrew Peterson will essentially tell you that they're being, you know, that like people are being racist to you because you're white, and they're being misogynistic to you because you're a man, and that's not the case, but like it's what will get sold to them through the lens of red pill ideology. So they'll say, people like Andrew Tate will be like, oh, you're a man, you deserve this, you deserve this, you deserve this. It's like the there's kind of a more succinct phrase for the way they do it. It's like they break you down and build you up. They tell you what you feel like you are, which is weak and broken and emasculated and all this stuff, and then they feed you like ideological talking points to, you know, get you to feel like empowered, and then, you know, yeah, that's just kind of how it goes. So it's like, I'm very happy that I grew up in a time where I had a lot of friends that were like girls when I was young, and I was able to like talk about problems with them, and then also guys too, and just generally in an era where people were less online, because I feel like it's very difficult now if you're young and you're having social problems. Like, you're getting such an insane amount of answers and like lies and fake solutions, and It's like, if you're a kid, I don't know how the fuck you're supposed to navigate this media landscape, you know what I mean? Because it is super dangerous, and I think it's really easy to fall into that. I don't know why I can't get women to do. I mean, like, all I do is tell them that they should be subservient to men, yeah. Or the white victim complex going around right now is actually deranged. I was actually think being white in a city is an instant death sentence. More like burying you, not so much building you up. Yeah. Well, they'll say that it's building you up. I mean, people like Andrew Tate will say that it's building you up, and other red pill people. Basic military tactics. Interesting. Is that how the military does it? I guess that's kind of like from my Hollywood experience with the military, like movies. That's them just like shitting on you and then making you into a soldier or whatever. You graduate from a maggot to a grunt. This might be the worst topology. I'm afraid that if I connect these, I'm gonna get a weird thing, but maybe not. Maybe I should just not worry about it. Here, hold on. Let me do something really quick. I'm gonna turn on snapping and then fix it to, I can just do this, actually. I need to vertex, put an edge loop here, and then, oops, no. And then snap it to this. Brother. Can I not? Did I do increment? I did. I want to do vertex. And then snap it to this one. There we go. WB. There. It's too easy! Okay, sorry about that. There. And then center. Actually, wait, hold on. Why don't I just move this here in this direction? This is kind of crazy. There. That works, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, there we go. I'm locked in. Favorite rank in the military and the armed forces? Maggot. Yeah. The starter rank. But anyway, I think just like as a guy who currently lives in San Francisco, I definitely can see the straw men that get created, or I don't know if that's the right fallacy, kind of the caricature that gets created about the idea that incels might have about them needing to be ashamed of like being white or whatever. Because like I didn't think critical race theory was a real thing. I thought it was just like a meme that, you know, people would say, and it wasn't like a real thing. And then I learned about it, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. And it's definitely not, you know, telling you that like if you're white you're evil or whatever. It's just about kind of exploring history through the lens of race, and you know how that's affected different groups of people, and how it still affects different groups of people. And it is like a very real thing, but it doesn't tell you that like you should rope if you're white. So, but for some reason, every conservative politician thinks that it is. For some reason, I don't know why. I thought I evened these out. Do you even see this in the game? I mean, you really don't. I think that's okay. I can leave it like that. People complaining about the critical race theory have no idea. Yeah. They never have any idea what it is. Yeah. Granted, black violent crime statistic, never question why statistic. Yeah, that's always kind of the funny thing to me too, is like, how is there never, I don't know how it's still a talking point, because it feels like there should have been enough pushback at this point for people to, for it to be non-existent as a talking point. Like you'd think that after somebody would say that, the next logical response would be like, okay, well, like, why do you think that's the case? Do you think it's just because they can't help themselves? They like have to, it's like, very obviously they ended up in this situation, and it's like more likely for that to be the case than it would be for some like suburban white kid to be in that situation. So that's a whole nother thing. And yeah, it's very brain rotting. I feel like I hear less about that now just because people have more advanced talking points, and there's a lot to be said about illiberalism and that problem when it comes to sort of the advanced racism that I've seen. But we don't need to. We're doing art today. we're not on the politics channel stuff. I'll calm down. You know what I mean? Wish I claim racism doesn't exist in this country anymore, but like civil rights movement was like 60. Yeah, dude, that's actually the craziest thing. I think about that a lot too. Is like, it was not that long ago. Like we have grandparents who grew up in that era, and like people who fought in World War II's grandparents, or like people in World War II had grandparents who fought in the Civil War, right? Is that right? I think that's right. And it's just like history. I always feel like history, things were so long ago. Like we think of, when I was little, I definitely thought that none of these problems existed. I was like, dude, we're like so progressive. We've like made it, omega lol. And then I got older and realized like, oh shit, this stuff is not that far away. It's kind of crazy. I think the move is to just duplicate this and then move it back. But before I do that, I think I want to start making the texture. Maybe it's a good idea to make the trim sheet now. Yeah, I think I should start doing that. I meant to get more references for this, but you know, it's not that deep. I could use the other trim sheet that I made actually for the fountain. That could be kind of nice. Just plaster this everywhere. Cut it out, Taliban. Where is it? It's here, right? Yeah. I don't know if this trim sheet's gonna be good enough. Probably not. People completely disconnected from the era are living in disadvantage because of that period. So many people say, no, we got rid of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. On the same playing field. Yeah, exactly. Cut it out, Taliban. What is that? What do you mean? What do you mean, what is that? It's just the, message of the day. Do I auto smooth this? Oh, it didn't even do anything. Cringe. Just shade smooth. I'm gonna leave it like that, but I have to shade the rest of it not smooth. I guess I'll just shade it flat for right now. I'm tempted to try it out, considering they're just all arrays, right? I'm a child of Mexican immigrants. As a child, nearly all my friends had the same background. When I got into tech/ballin events, there were very few Latinos in general, despite being around 1/5 Americans. That is really interesting. Yeah, most of people that I ever see in game dev or like coding in general, they're usually like white men. You look at like old events from like hackathons in the early 2000s, just like all white people and stuff. Like 3D, I think most people involved in 3D. People are still in denial about this, and I think being white puts them in a worse. Oh, and think being white puts them in a worse position. Yeah. Well, I think they. In that point, right? It's easy for me, dude. It's like so funny because I just know all the talking points, like, because they'll essentially say that it's not the case, and it's like because it's because of the social choices that they make that they would be put into that situation. So like if you're, I'm trying to think of like what they've like said to me, like they just choose to do it, I guess. I don't know. Is that usually what they say? I feel like it's been a long time since I've heard the red pill arguments. Or I guess that's more just like the, what do you even call that if you think that like we figured it out, omega lol, in terms of socioeconomic disparities? We solved the problems. I have no idea. I think people more so use that argument when it comes to like women in the workplace. They say it's like a decision thing, and that I have no idea. I actually know a lot of women who are in game dev and coding though, so I don't know. Such an insanely privileged and ignorant tech. Yeah. Something I've noticed when I go to these events is how much taller people are compared to the average. These people are well fed growing up. Is that a nutrition thing, or is that a genetic thing too? Taller people are more techie. That'd be funny. Dude, when I was in San Jose, I felt like I was pretty average height. Now I'm in here, and I feel like everybody's a giant. Like every man that I meet is like 6 something. It's very strange. I don't know if they're all from Norway or something. They all have like Viking genes, and they're just hella tall. And I'm like, what is that? They're built different. I think maybe taller people are just more techie, you know? You're 6'8"? Real. Me too, Pikaku, actually. Not gonna lie. Let me open this shader editor really quick. I think it's just more of a sign of better upbringing, correlation with better outcomes. A lot of people who attend these events are quite accomplished professionally. Yeah. Well, it's like those opportunities, right? I mean, it's people of that demographic tend to just have more opportunities because they're a lot of like their basic needs are already met. They had parents who could like afford them to go to, you know, either afford to have a lot of free time or afford to go to schools where they would learn these things. Like, it's not the same case 100% of the time, but it's just percentage-wise, it's like demographically they're granted that, right? And I don't know how people could really deny that. Like, I don't know if people are still denying that. But you lied. You're 6 inches shorter. 6'2"? Oh, that's what I meant to actually. Height doesn't care about food according to Google. Well, it can make a difference in some instances, and when it comes to malnutrition, I don't know how much of a difference it makes in terms of being like tall. Like, I think if you raise 2 people at the same time and fed them slightly differently, I don't think it would make a difference. But when you look at like North and South Korea, they've had a couple of generations of like, you know, people who are malnourished, and you can see like physiological differences when it comes to height, and I think overall health too and stuff in like North and South Korea. Unless I'm propagandized. I don't know. I mean, maybe I just repeated a propaganda point, like a US state propaganda point. I have no idea. But is the whole purpose of DEI create opportunity regardless of background? Unfortunately, dumbass grifters like push it, white people being funny. Yeah, and I think the DEI stuff too is, it's never handled well by the people who are trying to make it out to like do what it's supposed to do, which is to provide equal opportunity, because it can be difficult to like explain how it's not, like, if somebody already thinks that something like that is racist, it's very difficult to try and like talk to them about it without making it seem like you're lecturing them, you know? And I think that's the biggest thing is people who oppose these ideas usually just don't like feeling like they're being talked down to, and that's a big part of it. It's like a lot of these issues come from insecurity, you know? And people are like, don't tell me you're the real racist because you want to add, you know, accept people based off race or whatever. And it's like, dude, like, not really how it works, but you know the vibes. Eating well will make you taller, but not eating enough will definitely stunt your height. Yeah, I think that's just what it is, right? Remember when they told us milk was going to make our bones hella strong? Is anyone actually starving in North America though? I mean, I'm sure it happens, but not to the degree of like famine or anything like that. Even if you're in a food desert, I mean, nutrition is certainly a problem, and I'm sure that affects it in some, you know, physiological capacity that I don't quite know. But it definitely is a problem in some areas where people might be in like a food desert or something, and just poor eating habits in general due to American cuisine, you know. Yes, ever since we tariffed Canada, they've been starving to death. True. We did it, bros. I guess I just mark this. How's your daily dose of maple syrup looking? Oh, we got him. I guess I don't really need to... Ooh, I don't want to bisect it. Let's... Mark seam. I don't actually need to mark this, right? Because I could just... Don't crash on me, Blender, please. Blender, please! $30 is how it's looking? Jesus. Kind of expensive. Skill issue. What an amazing governing body we have. Dude, everything is just great, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, what is happening here? Are these inside out or something? No. That's so dark. Wait, why is this so dark? It's because it's huge? The origin's right here though, so why would there be a weird lighting issue here? It's weird. People are starving, but it's more a matter of not being well nourished. Personally, I did not have a lot of stability in this regard growing up. Yeah, it's definitely a problem that I think needs to be, you know, needs to be addressed. I mean, thankfully, the nice thing about California is there's so many programs that are trying to like combat that, just in terms of like government assistance and stuff. But you know, we can always. I'll tell you what won't help it is destroying federal programs to help people. Unfortunately. Had Denny's recently and was pleasantly surprised. Dude, I fuck with Denny's. I like Denny's. I actually think it's pretty good. Not gonna lie. I'm a big fan. Is this just dark because I didn't put a texture? I'm actually so stupid. I didn't realize that I put this texture on it. That's my bad. That's why. Let me go desktop. Eerie. Textures. Let's try this one. Alright, so the move here, I just want to see if a trim sheet like this would be fine. Not. When I was a kid, Denny's was just a place for meth had sticky floors, sticky walls, and suspicious phone calls. Oh, and the stickiest videos ever? Yeah. Well, I guess that's the... I don't quite know the business aspect of it, but like that's what happens when you run a place that's like open 24 hours. You get the you get a very particular crowd of people, you know. You get a very particular crowd that is more often than not vibing out maybe a little bit too hard. vibes might be dangerous. I feel like I could actually get away with this, using this. Let's say the grass is greener on the other side, but for real, I can't see how anybody could starve in the US. Sure, a big family, single parent, sure, if you miss a few meals, but that's not the case everywhere. That's the case everywhere. Well, I mean, the US is a gigantic country. I mean, if you live in a city, that might not be the case, but like, I mean, there's places in the US where there's just abject poverty, and I mean, you know, it's like, it's definitely an issue in some, wait a sec, is this? Oh wait, hold on. I had this backwards. How much do I want to extend this like here? Like I can't speak to it personally, but you know, it is a problem. It's not like everybody's living like kings in the US. Maybe I like this stretch here. It's not too much, but I wonder if this is gonna look fine across the top. You're also describing rundown Mexican restaurant in SoCal. Dude, I love Mexican food so much. I'm so happy that I live in SF because there's some banger Mexican restaurants around here. I would say that's not a economic problem, it is. But that's not an economic problem, it is. What do you mean? Well, it's a socioeconomic problem, right? It's like people, it's a social problem, and it's also an economic problem. Right? Would buy a Lincoln before a meal for their child. Oh, what's up, nerdy? Denny's is fancy here in the third world. People celebrate important life events there. Dude, that's awesome. That's actually so funny. People only celebrate post-raves with Denny's, I feel like. It's just the only thing that's open at that time. Unclear. That is awesome. To celebrate. It is not. It is. It is not. It is. Yes, I agree. I looked it up, and the threshold for starvation for men is 1,800 calories per day. But that's, yeah, but that's not a real, that's like such a statistic number that almost I feel like doesn't mean anything, because I for sure get less than 1,800 calories a day. Like by that metric, I've been starving for the past 20 years. Considering recommendation is someone with sedentary lifestyle is 2,000. It's not hard to hit. That's not hard to hit if you regularly skip meals. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I have like 1 meal a day usually. OMG, Joey Reed. Is it not? It is. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, let me read. We're reading. Is it not? It is. Okay. Usually I would have quotation marks around it, because I read that as one sentence, but yeah, but that's not an economic problem, is it? Oh, no, it is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is an economic problem. I mean, how is it not if you're not able, like, it doesn't just have to do with them being able to buy food. It's like also about the location that they're at, right? And that has to do with how much money they have. Are you dyslexic? Genuine question. I don't think I'm genuinely dyslexic, but I certainly have, I've always had like weird reading problems. I think part of it's like ADHD and being distracted and sometimes dyslexic things. I don't think it's critical enough to be considered dyslexic, because I think spend enough time as you should find. But also, to be fair, the syntax was fucked, okay? If you say is it not it is, I'm not gonna understand what that means, all right? I have to know, I need a lot of punctuation to understand words, because I don't have a good brain for like picking that stuff up, you know what I mean? 1,000 calories on these days. You feel like you're starving? That's insane. Oh my god. Oh, what's up, Polythene? That ain't good at all. What, 1,000 calories? I can't even pretend to read that. Is all hail King Joey? Thank you, nerd. Nerdy dude. I think I am. not to a serious extent to where I would say I'm dyslexic. I think it's just a skill issue that I could lock in and get better. The capitalist mentality is going crazy here. How is that capitalist? If you're in a position where you're living in a place that you literally cannot escape because you cannot afford to move, that's an economic problem. Is that not? How would you? I mean, it's a combination of things, but humans love their categories, and to say it's not economic, I mean, I think you were skipping a category there. And if IRC, I like capitalism. Based Makaku. Every economic system is good in theory. Corruption just ruins it all. Yeah, I mean, there's no system that's free from bad actors, right? Sure, but that ain't gonna last. Give it time, and the starvation will win. You'll come back to the nom noms. Oh yes, me when I eat. I think my lack of eating isn't out of an economic issue. It's more out of an organizational skill issue. So if I woke up early enough to have breakfast, I could just do it. But I like to sleep in, and then I stay up late, and then it's like, oh, well, that unfortunate. Wait, can I? How can I stretch this out so it's a straight line without having to manually stretch it out? I've ever been told that laughing hungry is part of the culture. Laughing hungry. What does that mean? Wait, could I do... No, that would just keep it like this. If I just have one seam, is it not going to be possible to have a completely straight UV? Smart would let me do this, I think. Both in Jordan and Ireland. Me when I laugh. Hungry. I prefer the US to Cuba any day. Yeah. Doritos, thank you. I wish I could have Doritos. I don't know, man. Cuba has some killer old cars. By killer, I mean it will kill you if you wreck at 10 miles per hour. Oh no. They do have some cool cars though. Let's see. Like just because someone is poor doesn't mean they can't enjoy life. I don't think anybody's saying that though. And I'm assuming that they're completely nonsense in the US due to the hustle culture. I'm assuming that's completely nonsense in the US due to hustle culture. Well, I don't think anyone is saying anything antithetical to that, right? I mean, we were just talking about if people like have the inability to get all the meals that they would need, which is the case for some people in the US, right? Exclamation point punish. If only we had to stream avatars. I mean, you can enjoy life while starving to death, true. Yeah, it's very much true. Latin American happiness statistics are higher in developed countries, yeah. There we go, someone gets it. A lot of poor people or right on poverty line that's at very least do a very good job at acting happy. I know a lot of unhappy middle class people. Yeah, I bet statistically the middle class is probably... I would probably get canceled for saying this, but I bet statistically in the US middle class is...
You will be eating like a pig.
Happy,
in no time, ho 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 his hitty.
Thank you for the tweets, yes. People, I think, the middle class here, it loves to just complain about everything. And they'll be the first to act like they're starving over people that actually have like food insecurity. And that unironically has to do with like, this is gonna sound so fucking soy, but just like not recognizing the privilege of like having all of your basic needs met and being able to, you know, live a lifestyle that's pretty luxurious and of like a pretty high standard of living, but then acting like because their meals are getting expensive or whatever that they have like food insecurity. It's like, dude, like, I don't know, middle class complaints are really kind of frustrating sometimes in the US. Like a pig. Ho ho nee hee hee hee. delicious. What is that? Is that a cat emote? That's a serve. I'll have no fury like that of mildly incommuse American suburbanite. Oh, it's so over. Maybe I do just straighten these
Eat a
out.
damn sandwich.
Eat a damn sandwich. You know how many times I've been told that? Oh my god. That's always the first thing people used to say when they would just be like, oh, you're like so skinny, bro. You need to eat a sandwich. I'm like, damn, that's so real. So real for that. I totally forgot how to do that. Whining while being extremely privileged in America needs to be studied. No, I actually think it makes sense. It does need to be studied. And I think it's... I mean, I think what it comes from is just like the shift in you know, coming down from standard of living. Like, you can't deny that their standard of living is being lowered, but it's not that much of a difference, but to them it feels like it is, and that's just what it is. It's like, to them they feel like they're fucked because their standard of living is being lowered, but it's not like that big of a deal. But psychologically it does affect you. Like, I think to deny the psychological aspect of it, I think is ignoring a component of like why people think that way, right? But it doesn't make it like, it's just not usually grounded in reality. It's like, oh, my coffee is now $1 more. I can't take this shit anymore. You know what I mean? I also do it. Homeowners Association. Ah, true. Real. Okay, wait. Is there a way to just unwrap this so that it's perfectly straight, or is that not going to be the case? Because I know it would be if it were fine here. Because I don't want to have to manually move it. I'm lazy. Also, are you even gonna see this thing? Let me see. Americans do get angry about their coffee, it seems, yes. Coffee culture, there's like rabid coffee culture. Some people are insane about it. I don't care, I just drink black coffee, I don't give a fuck. If it has caffeine, I'll drink it. And coffee's easy to make, and it's pretty cheap. Ooh, I don't want to follow active. Wait, I could just reset the UVs and then follow active quads, right? Does that work? Hold on. Your lawn's grass is half an inch too long. We're just gonna have to kill you. Homeowners Association, yeah. Because it's too light, gotta spend your day in Turkey or Italy. True. True. Very true. I would love to go to Turkey or Italy. It'd be really fun. I'm tired of the weather here. I want to leave the US for a bit. Let me try something. Can I like, I guess I reset it from here, right? Reset and then follow active. I'll have to select it. Basic. Did that work? Oh, son of a biscuit eating bulldog. Which way is it even facing? Oh, they're facing the wrong way. Meh. I mean, I guess I could do it like this. Right? It'd be a little bit greedy, I think, but... Actually, they deport you to South Sudan? Oh no. Homeowners Association be wild now. Yeah, dude, that's every communist and shit for a society that's been fighting against China and Russia for the longest century. The Homeowners Association is quite interesting. I feel like I'll never truly understand. I don't think I'll ever be able to buy a house, to be real, but like, I feel like I have to backwards engineer what the Homeowners Association even does or tries to do through like the jokey rhetoric about it, you know? Because it's like, what is this what is this organization?
Am I go eat like a pig? Peace.
All right. Thanks for vibing. Thank you, Polythene, for vibing. Enjoy eating like a pig. No, they only do it if your race is unclear.
Oinky oinky yoinky sploinky.
Thanks. The homeowner association shit is crazy. Crazy shit we don't have in other places. Well, yeah, it's like, I assumed it was just kind of a unique to America thing, right? I'm all for giving up freedoms for security, but come on, man. Maybe there's some gnome on my porch. Yeah, I don't know why they tweak out about stuff like that. That never seemed to make a whole lot of sense to me. But... Columns looking succulent? Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Who chiseled that? I did. I am the one who chisels. I think I might edit this part up here, or we'll see. Maybe I use this across the whole thing, but oinky oinky, yoinky spooly oinky. Homeowner associations are quite literally an additional neighborhood level of government, hence the large power they hold. Yeah, the homeowner association is a real thing, yeah, for sure. I don't know how crazy it is though. I'm sure there's been some that are insane, right? There's probably some that are a little bit too oops, as unhinged or whatever, and I don't think they'll, you know, go as crazy as they would be in the memes, but I've never owned a house. So you'd think there'd be more people radicalized over it, though. You know? The decorum of your residence does not mesh well with your neighbors. Well, last I checked, they didn't take out a mortgage on my house. Yeah, when you own a house, you really own the house, you know? I think the homeowners association are the real house owners. Okay, maybe these ones I actually I unwrap like a normal person. It's not really, it's just something parents tell their children about to scare them into behaving. True. True. Can I wait? Is there an easier way to straighten these? Straighten X, Y? No, I guess I just have to do it like this. Is it going to I mean, I could. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. Well, I don't know if these quads are going to be even, but this is just the way I would do it, I guess. You know, I was starting to worry they might find me. I think you have to own a home for the HOA to track you down, right? Maybe the real HOA was the friends we had coitus with. Yes, that is. Surely this is the true fact of the matter. You guys are having coitus. We're I don't have the blender Riz, so no. I don't like that. Wait, can I? Don't I have one that's horizontal, like these? Yeah, like this is better. It's okay. I think for how detailed it is, you get something out of it. This is kind of an interesting pattern. Although I like the horizontal. It's better. What about that? Nah. I think I'll go down here. I think this is cool. You know what I'm saying? How's the Koi 2 vibes in your new university? I don't think he started it. Alarm on the machine type sheet. Type sheet. Way to call him like property. Sorry. I just don't think homeowner association would be, you know. they keep in their territory, you know, they're like what's that? Those people from Walking Dead, the silent ones or whatever, the whisperers, they just like have their territory, and they might do a little bit of crazy shit, but you know. I wouldn't know, I'm on the average type C. Home in Dublin, are you crazy? I don't even know what the prices would be. I have no idea. I'm over here in the US of A, where everything is just quite expensive. So, no frame of reference. I didn't even... Why is this UV breaking up? Should they not be together? Just do minimum. There shouldn't be a theme here. Like, should these not be just connected together? Are they? Why is it breaking into two different UVs? Wait, what am I missing here? Wait, am I dumb? Can't Dublin residents just take cover in that big spire? What spire? Gotta wait a century for that? Fair. UVs always break up, Joey. Only you and Pikachu love them. They don't know, but this is one shell though. This should be one shell. Are these not the same? Oh, I know what the problem is. Yeah, they're separate, bro. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Now it should be good. Now it should be good. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, let me Is there a less chaotic way to do this? Maybe. Don't you guys have it turn into a big lightsaber for Star Wars? What is this spire that you're talking about? I don't even know the spire. Merge UVs, gang. I wonder if... I actually regret doing follow active quads, but hold on. Let me try it again. What's a cheeky way to do this? Nah, because it's always gonna... Want to move out this way. I mean... Do they share the same UV space though? Huh, okay. Take it. Pretty much does what I wanted to do. Hell yeah. No, but we do hang British guys on. Oh Jesus. What is this video? Largest lightsaber in the world. Oh. Dublin? Are ya having that? Wow. Oh my god, he's holding it. Wow. I think that's just like a giant metal pole. Star Wars. Can you go in this?
Are you having that?
Wait, what did he say?
Lightsaber on this planet. Largest lightsaber on this planet. Are you having that?
Largest lightsaber.
Are you having that?
Whoa.
Are you having that? Are you having that?
I like his catchphrase. Are you having that? That was really good. I'm glad. Thank you for sharing that. For mutual respect between the U.S. Huh. Hey, British guys wanted. Are you the president of UV Owners Association, gang? The only UV I own is UV radiation based. There we go. I too am a big green energy, nuclear energy enjoyer. It's a good one if you live in Siberia. Sure. When I came to high school was sunbaked. Skin cancer is easier to get than you think. Who is this guy? It's Arya having that. It's literally a giant metal pole. I don't know why I just got flashbanged by the mental image of John Wayne portraying Genghis Khan in that one movie. In what movie? I don't think I've ever seen a John Wayne movie. Does that make me a fake American? What do the bottoms of these look like usually? Arya having that. What a nice little catchphrase. Maybe this is cool. I mean, you're also not really gonna be able to see this, so maybe what's this gonna look like if I do something like here? Is it gonna be too visually noisy? Like, are you just not gonna be able to see it? Are you having that? Maybe. I think that these, I might have to change the brightness curve on this a little bit, or like change the lines of this. I can open it in GIMP after and check it out. This can't be real. The giant lightsaber pole? What do you mean? It is definitely real. Are you having that? I guess a better question is, are you having that? Ever thought about that? Are you having that? These are going to be easy, right? Let me do a little bit of UV immersion. This would have been a lot easier if I just did this before I duplicated the arrays, but I got impatient. Yo, but you're going back to Sicily? Oh. I mean, I'm not down. I do want to go to Sicily. Are you having that? Is this too illegible? What happens if I just really do like that? It's not bad. I think if I keep it contained like in here, I'll get a nice bit of contrast from the top. I just don't want the outside to be too light. But I don't know. We might have to test it a bit. Did you print a tiny elephant on one of the pillars? We'll have something. I was thinking of like snakes. On the whole outside of the thing. Like where the, I don't know how to describe it. Where the arches, the rock arches in the middle, there will be like snakes. You should explode into a billion pieces and then rename your channel Joey Explodey. Maybe. Joey said he was coming to Central America after finishing college. Oh, true. Yeah, it's time to book that flight to Honduras. I don't know if I'm gonna have trouble getting back into the country though. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I gotta keep my eye on the current administration and then I'd be down to go down. We are waiting, Joey. I'll make the trip. The entirety of Central America is waiting, all of it, everyone. Panama, Costa Rica, Honduras, Nicaragua. They're all waiting for me. Speaking of countries, did you guys see that GeoGuessr? Hold on, we can do a news break for a bit. It's kind of interesting. Belize loves Joey. Is this true? So GeoGuessr, the community is protesting GeoGuessr by having their World Cup in Saudi Arabia. So let's see if I can read the story here. Okay, I know what GeoGuessr is. So the Esports World Cup is the esports competition held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, is funded by Esports World Cup Foundation, EWCF, a nonprofit organization established in 2023 by Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The tournament has the largest combined prize pool in esports history. So GeoGuessr announced that it would participate in this World Cup, but people were saying something about it being okay. Whoops. Okay, well, we could, I guess, go on Twitter. But all the maps, if you don't know, in GeoGuessr, all of the community maps are, as the name would imply, made by the community. Most of the like if you played GeoGuessr, you use the community maps. Most people don't use the normal maps. And most of those community maps, most of the most played community maps are created by a group of people, like a small group of people, and they blacked out the map, so you actually can't access them anymore. So if you try and go, you know, let's say, hey, guys, I want to play Arbitrary Rural World. I can't wait to play GeoGuessr. You'll get this. So you'll be told that the panorama failed to load. They're blacking out all the community maps, and it's to protest the God damn it! I'm not trying to go to Twitter, bro. The horrific human rights record of Saudi Arabia, which I'm not entirely familiar with. But the problem, can I see why? Let's see why. GeoGuessr Saudi Arabia. We demand that GeoGuessr cancels because they're mad at Saudi Arabia for something. This article didn't really tell me why. Oh, low and estimated total play blackout. I confirm that blackout maps. Okay, well, there's a Reddit post that might actually be able to tell me better. I read this morning. The creators of a considerable share of GeoGuessr's most popular maps have decided to make our maps unplayable in protest of GeoGuessr's GeoGuessr AB's decision to host the World Championship wildcard tourney at the Esports World Cup (EWC) in Riyadh. The EWC is a sports washing tool used by the government of Saudi Arabia to distract from the conceal its horrific human rights record. Sorry, my reading comprehension is 0. Groups targeted by the government include women, LGBTQ people, apostates, and atheists, political dissenters, migrant workers in the kafala system, religious minorities, and many others. The subjugation of these groups is extensive and pervasive. Members of these groups are routinely subjected to discrimination, imprisonment, torture, and even public executions. These severe human rights violations are well documented and indisputable. By participating in EWC, GeoGuessr is contributing to the sports washing agenda, which is designed to take away attention from Saudi Arabia's human rights violations. The GeoGuessr community is diverse and includes many members of the community that would be harshly persecuted if they were to live in Saudi Arabia. In solidarity with those currently residing in Saudi Arabia while being subject to oppression, as well as members of the community who would feel and be unsafe attending the tournament in Riyadh, we have decided to black out our maps by replacing all their previous locations with random garbage locations, rendering them unplayable. That's why you get the non-loading thing. The blackout includes dozens of creators in their maps, including a supermajority of most popularly competitive relevant world maps. It will continue to see action. It will continue until we see action from GeoGuessr. Specifically, we demand that GeoGuessr cancels its wildcard event in Saudi Arabia and commits to not hosting any events there as long as it continues its oppressive regime. We do not play games with human rights. Thank you for reading. GeoGuessr mapping community. Well, there you go. Normal maps height reference. Ooh. True. No. Oh my god, 3D. Human rights violations by supporting the the gaming industry in that area. Well, I think you understand why they're doing it, right? It's like they're protesting GeoGuessr participating in what they're calling like the money washing or sports washing, I guess. Cool / scandal. So they just don't like what's happening in Saudi Arabia. I don't know anything about any of this though, so maybe somebody knows the Saudi Arabia lore. I have no idea though. I just wanted to play Arbitrary Rural World and I was like, what's happening? Saudis, PIF owns most of their media. They don't give a fuck about a video game. Yeah. I mean, it's not about Saudi Arabia. They're not trying to get Saudi Arabia to change. It's they're trying to get GeoGuessr to leave. That's the whole point. Anything. It's not even GeoGuessr. It's the people who play GeoGuessr. It has nothing to do with Saudi Arabia. It has everything to do with just them wanting GeoGuessr to make to pull out. They are correct about human rights violations, but Saudis have enough money to buy the whole world. Yeah, I don't think Saudis give a fine. Yeah, there's no way. And I don't think I don't know if they said here that they were like, unless Saudi Arabia just like stopped Omega lol. So that GeoGuessr, yeah, I mean, and commits not hosting. Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with Saudi Arabia so much as it does GeoGuessr's affiliation with them. I mean, it does in that that's the reason why they're boycotting the maps or blacking out the maps, but they want GeoGuessr to pull out. That's kind of the whole point. So it's up to GeoGuessr, it's not up to Saudi Arabia, as you guys had stated. Oh, they had the post here. Then protest GeoGuessr being based in the world's biggest terrorist base? Wait, what? Wait, where's GeoGuessr based? Wait, what? Isn't it in like Sweden? Or Norway or something? This is very silly to me. I mean, you're free to feel that way. I mean, I respect their decision to try and give the creators of GeoGuessr pushback. Like, I mean, the community does have leverage because they make pretty much most of the maps that people play. So, you know, I mean, I respect their right to protest. The official GeoGuessr Discord server is in mayhem right now. I'm in the Plonket Discord. Wonder if anyone has said anything about it. I stand with my Saudi brothers, they're good people. Oh shit. Oh, wait. Why is that the first thing that I read when I go into this? I thought it was in the US. No, their GeoGuessr is like a Swedish thing. That would be Qatar. NVM, not in the US, my bad. Biggest terrorist base. That would be Qatar. Huh. Well, you know what they say, can't spell GeoGuessr without international. They're true. It's right in the name. I'm curious what the Plonket. Wait, so what's their announcement here? They said something about it, right? We have decided to take down Plonket rank due to inactivity. Oh, that has nothing to do with this. Due to inactivity. Due to GeoGuessr's map blackout initiated by the GeoGuessr mapping community, many world's maps have been made unplayable. This affects not only Team Duel's casual play, but also our meta bot and streak bot. Click the following link for more information about the blackout. Is this an IP grabber? Oh, this is just a thread or post of the thing. How so? How so what? What did guitars do? Oh, you're about Qatar. They all live there. Hamas, Al Qaeda, Hezbollah, you name it. They live very well there. I have heard that too. I haven't looked into that really. I've heard that about Hamas leaders living in Qatar. I didn't know that about Hezbollah as well, though. I thought they were only Yemen. And Al Qaeda, really? Interesting. We should all play Repo. You want to play Repo? We can do a Repo. Yeah, I'm not joking. No, I believe you. We don't fuck around out here with geopolitics, you know what I'm saying? Wait, so meta Questing. World Cup chat. Type. What do the people have to say? The Geo, wait, hold on. What are people? I could probably just pick from the Discord, right? From Twitter. The official Geo's Mayhem. Hundreds of players have typed the world cancel re-add event in the main chat. Cancel. Check. A low-end estimate of total players on blackened out maps is 23 million. Wow. One map creator tells me multiple of those maps are used in team duels. Yeah, I mean, those community maps are the game, whether you like it or not. By the way, the Steam version sucks. I tried it and you can't do anything on it. But... You know what's funny about the Steam version is I downloaded it because I was curious and I saw that it was overwhelmingly negative, and so I played it, and then it immediately put me into a duel with somebody, and they were somebody who didn't really. They were a pretty inexperienced player, so it like was pretty easy. But I was unranked, so we were both just unranked. And then I wanted to play community maps, but I couldn't. And I thought that's why everybody negatively downvoted it. But when I read all the comments, it was because people didn't realize it was subscription based. And I'm like, oh, this is what people are upset about? Like, I don't know. But instead of geopolitics, it was penis goth chicks. Ooh, true. Didn't think about that. LMAO. Keep talking. You're talking about nerdy punk dev? At the Qatar situation? I'm interested? Me too. Are you guys talking about, wait, interested in what? I'm curious about this thread. We're getting into the esports accounts reposting segments of this tweet's lifetime. Game journos. Text me the signal in my bio. The signal in my bio, or by Twitter DMs. He has a signal link in his bio. Is that one of these? Oh no, penis. Gotcha. Okay, I see. Okay. Like, why are you so interested? Oh, interested on the. Okay, I see. Yeah. Interested in God? No, we're interested in penis. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah. I needed to clarify. We got like 3 different things going on. This is interesting to me though. They're willing to speak on the record about it. Some of the map creators. GeoGuessr has always been an extremely welcoming place for women in the LGBT community compared to most games. You don't play games with human rights. GeoGuessr map maker's sentiment concludes. Based. Know very little about GeoGuessr. Don't care then. Just imagine if Valve were to do such a thing. Our scene would go back to normal with all the sports watching conflict and interest. I mean, based, absolutely based, W, wholly based, common W, based, W, based AF. Love to see it. Fuck yeah. W. Nice. Crazy. I think Hamas' the terrorist is out of pocket, but it all goes to hell with penis goth chicks are involved. All hail gods. Oh yeah. GeoGuessr.mp4. Wait, they talk about it? The community's response is summarized by this video. Wow, late epic meme. Huge announcement. We're heading to the esports 2025 as part of EWC English Festival. This is a massive step for us. Let's show the world what we've got. We'll be hosting a last chance wildcard tournament live in Riyadh. Final shot will be in the 2025 World Cup. Copenhagen is, I think, where GeoGuessr is from, right? Hey, so about that. Esports Canada, unable to guarantee safety. This is the thing that they posted. An improved world. Blacked out. Dirty world. Arbitrary world. A pro world. An official world. Community world. Competitive world. Insanely. Oh, I want to read these. Right as local esports events all the time in Saudi. I don't know if these people play League though, or Valorant. Like I just said, it seemed like they lucked into esports and then rely entirely on community support for it. Yeah, so esports is genius. Yeah. Fuck! I forgot to read the tweet again. Do I care about these tweets? Of course I do. Insanely stupid decision to participate in Saudi sports washing in addition to having a wild card event that is not safe for women and LGBT people to attend. Hold on, let me turn my music down. This is probably not super appropriate. There. It's clearer than ever that GeoGuessr wants World Championship to remain a boys' club and keep women out of their esport. You can't be serious. A big fuck you to the large portion of your player base and tournament audience. This sucks. GeoGuessr getting sports washed? Who would have ever thought? So is sports washing hold on. Is that like sane washing but for human rights atrocities or something? Sports washing is a term to describe the practice of governments, individuals, corporations, or other groups of using sports to improve reputations tarnished by wrongdoing. Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay. What a terrible announcement. You guys have really let down the community with this deeply disappointing way. In a deeply disappointing way. I will be boycotting the event in solidarity with many LGBT members. You forgot the queue. Damn, canceled. It's over. Members of our community, this is completely unacceptable. Do better! Oh my god. What does Rainbow have to say about this? I swear to God, I thought they said swashbuckling, imagining Rainbow with an eye patch and a fed. You're like, yar, it's guitar, swashbuckling. Yar, this swashbuckling is unacceptable. Have at you, bastard. Do better. Oof. It probably still works on Steam. You've canceled your sub, but you will still keep benefits. When does my sub renew? Wow. Oh my god, people are canceling. Here's the Discord. Cancel Riyadh, cancel Riyadh, cancel Riyadh, cancel Riyadh, cancel Riyadh, cancel Riyadh, cancel Riyadh. Jesus. Wait, what was that? Was that some kind of cell or molecular structure? Weather report in Riyadh. Sunny, 21 degrees Celsius, 69 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind is going north 34 kilometers per hour. 10 kilometers, 0 millimeters. Cool. Jesus. Kind of crazy. Coupe. What's up? How you doing, Dat Dog Dever? What up, what up, what up? Can't have anything in Arabia, Brett. You should go into the GeoGuessr Discord and be like, hey guys, you want to talk about this? Wait, are people actually? I gotta join the actual GeoGuessr Discord. Arabian Nights. Yeah, we need to just send Drake over there and tell all the GeoGuessers to just get along. Wait, am I cooked? What's happening here? Some MF on Twitter said when we were kids we thought Aladdin was Mexican. No shot, dude. Ooh, yeah, who is we, bro? We is not we. That's hella funny. Human rights violation supporter is what I assume I'd be called. That's true. I know. I'm joking. You would not be able to have a productive conversation with anybody in this. But, you know. Dude, how come it trolled me? Wait, hold on. Human rights. There. Maybe, I think they're not allowing people to join now. That's if I had to guess. It's probably, yeah. They're not, they probably closed the Discord. It's a little bit, it's a little bit of great, it's a mix of stuff, Dat Dog Dever. It's like, It's like D&B in jungle kind of stuff. We were being productive earlier, I promise. I got distracted. Core flashbacks. It gives me energy, you know what I mean? I think I love me chill music, but you know. Invites are currently paused for the server. I didn't realize Discords can do that. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They don't want people coming in and berating them. It's pretty crazy people are making a big deal. I mean, I guess it's Twitter. But to be fair, I mean, this unironically is a big deal for GeoGuessr because you basically can't play GeoGuessr right now. Or you can't play the maps that people want to play. Like, you can do the default maps, which fucking suck, but does that mean none of the balanced maps work? So if I try and do like balanced, dude, hello? Is it gonna be blacked out? Okay, balanced US works. Instead of cat ears, he's got horns. Where is this? This is somewhere in the north. Is this like Seattle or something? This kind of looks like Canada. I'm gonna guess this is like... This could be either somewhere here, or do you think this is ever up here? There's no front plates. But states don't allow front, or don't require front plates. Dude, what is this camera quality too? Doesn't this kind of feel like weird? I thought Saudi is pretty commonplace for esports. I mean, it is, I think. It totally is. There's been a lot, I know there's been a lot of controversy about all that. This feels like very north. This feels more Washington-y. Maybe we're in Spokane. Oh shit, we were literally in California. Wait, what? Oh, we're near Sac. Damn, that's embarrassing. Are these the dog shit maps that we're talking about? No. Oh, this is just like, I don't know, Idaho or something? Or Iowa? Okay, more north, whatever. Alright, who cares? Who cares? Looks northy from the trees. It did feel way more... yeah, I'm not surprised that was California, to be honest. Not saying that Saudi doesn't have its issues, but I do find it weird that GeoGuessr is getting tons of flack for it, but other big orgs and tourneys get off scot-free. Well, it's about the community. I mean, the community has... There's never a shortage of people who are going to crash the fuck out whenever something like that happens, where a company that they would usually support, like a game company or something, is doing something they don't like. But the difference here is that the community actually has a lot of leverage because they are literally the ones who make the maps. So that's kind of, I think that's the only reason. And who knows, it might just be like, you know, like what happens if the people who make the maps just decide to not ever unblack out the maps, you know? Kind of it, I guess. It's the biggest region, including Southeast Asia. Yeah. Forgot Rocket League players' faces. Is that how it goes? I think it. Yeah, a lot of it does have to do with like the player demographics of the game. I don't really know much about GeoGuessr's community, I guess. Wait, is this upside down? No. I don't know a whole lot about the GeoGuessr community. Ooh, it's not gonna tile properly, dude. I don't want to have to apply it and then stick with it. I feel like that's gonna suck. Like I could just map it on and fit, but then it'll. Like what I could do here is just apply the array and then have it, you know, go on forever, but I don't, and then that means I have to apply the array. But the UVs, that's interesting though. If the UVs If the UVs stay like this, then I'm gonna have a seam no matter what. But if I apply them, I could just do the UVs however I want. I could just do this part last if I really feel like it. GeoGuessr strikes me as one of those tween gaming communities that made it mainstream. Is GeoGuessr even mainstream? Oh shit, I just saw your hydro truck. Sorry. Hydro truck. Actually need to get water. I'm a little what? I like Omori. Oh, there you go. Like if Omori and Ultra Kill had 10 times 10 devour. Yeah, well those fan bases are very as you described. I don't know. No, I 100%. I understand exactly what you're saying, but I don't know enough about the GeoGuessr community. Like I don't know if they're. What does Rainbolt say? Okay, I gotta find out what does Rainbolt and Zigzag have to say about this. Everybody's favorite content creator. Rainbolt statement. Rainbolt. Fuck. Okay, I don't think he said anything about it. What about Zigzag? How do you spell his name? It's like that, right? Fuck. Alright, whatever. I tried. Not really, but I'm lazy. Sorry, you're a gateway. Oh yeah, happens to the best of us. Hot me. Dude, what? Because the Omori enjoyment. Coffee doesn't make the rules, you know. It's just how it works. All right, I guess I should do this one too. Whoops. Maybe I just do like this, I guess. Oops. Oh, GeoGuessr. Well, there. That's your fun news for the day. Oh baby, I love me GeoGuessr. Wait, this is actually kind of troll. Oh, whatever. Did you play it? No, I did not play it. I did not play it. I did see all of the I guess memes about it. I couldn't even really backwards engineer it, you know, from all the memes. I feel like usually if there's a game that I've never played, I'm able to kind of figure out what is happening just through the memes, or at least like what the game is about or something. But Omori, I don't know, it's like about depression or something like that. I kind of got like Undertale vibes from it. It seemed like just one of those indie games that hit really hard for a lot of people. It had like a good story or something. Or did you read Goodnight Pun Pun? I don't even know what that is. Ultra Kill is one of the twinkiest communities around, I think. Yeah, true. Except for TF2, true. True, almost caught me lacking. Yeah, TF2 is number one. I don't know how that happened, but... And Gary's mod, surprising, believe it or not. Gary's mod also is a big twink community. I should probably fix this section, to be honest. Sad little twink, according to Kaku, gets his life wrecked. Very fun. Oh no. That's the Omori lore. Could I perhaps make the... Oop. Wait, I have fruit snapping on. I know that... Okay, hold on. I know that if I'm lowering this, I'm gonna have to lower the rest of them as well. Or at least the rest that are of the same stature. So, let me edit both of them at the same time. We'll do that. Alright, that's good. Oh, that's good. I guess I'm okay with this. Can I copy these UVs onto another object. Is there a way to do that? 6'8 twink is scary to me. I'm not saying that characters in the game are side level twinks. I'm saying that people that play it are side level twinks. Oh yeah. And that's okay. I'm a sad big twink, man. I like the word twink. You know what's funny is oh my god, there's a in Dark Souls, the word twink, before I even knew what like a twink was, the word twink was used to describe somebody who makes a new character and rushes to get like OP weapons early on that they can barely use, so at their like at their soul level they're super OP, and that was called twinking. And for the longest time, that's how I always associated it with the word twink, was with like people in Dark Souls who would just like rush to get like the equipment early. 6'8 twink has scared me. I don't know why it's like evil. It's just like super tall twink. I'm not really 6'8. Yeah, Pikachu's 6'2", right? 6'3". Oh, you're 6'9". Oh my bad. How? How is it evil? I have no idea. LeBron Jaime. Real. It's not something I can prove, just an observation. I think, well, also think of it this way, like, out of the amount of people that play the game, the people who are the most vocal are always going to be whatever you represent that community as. So, I bet most people who play TF2 are just, like, completely normal people who just are probably either playing the game for nostalgia or out of longevity. But the people who, like, are the most vocal about the game are of, like, they're usually like really quirky, you know? And so it's like every single person who plays the game is that. It's just that the loudest voices are always the quirkiest. Not that it's a bad thing specifically for TF2. I actually quite like the TF2 community. I think they're very fun from my experience. Twinking is a verb. Twinking as a verb is humanity's biggest linguistic achievement, and I agree. I don't know why it's called twinking either. They just call it twinking. Maybe I could apply this portion of it, of the array. The only thing is, like, if I apply this array, I am gonna have to deal with wait, hold on. Surely I can. Dude, is this real? Wait, hold on. No, I'm always gonna get a UV issue. Unless I but that's weird. That's weird. That's why half our New Vegas fan base on Tumblr are lower than the other half are just like. Well, that's like, it's also like the Black Templars thing. Like, I've never met a person who plays Warhammer in person who's like an asshole or like a giga racist or psychopath or whatever, but Black Templar players in online communities tend to get a bad rep because of, like, you know, the Black Templar iconography and stuff, which isn't fascist at all, but it's just like, it's, you know, there's certain types of people who are very vocal about their opinions, and as a result, online communities, I think, skew a certain way when it comes to representation of those groups. But in real life, I've never met a Warhammer player who enjoys the lore, plays the game, that's like unhinged like that, which makes sense because, of course, online communities are fringe. I'm tempted to just apply this. I think I'll save this right now, and then if I run into issues when it comes to applying it, I'll deal with that later. The problem is that I won't be able to edit all of the UVs at the same time. So maybe it'll be just the last thing that I do. Dude, this sucks, man. Can I copy UVs from two of the same objects? Hold on, let me see. It's funny that ideologies in a fictional setting can actually get people to associate with them no matter how evil they are. Well, yeah, I feel like it's a media literacy thing, right? Or sometimes people just don't care. It's like people who watch American Psycho and unironically think it's like that, like you're supposed to be like Patrick Bateman or something. Also race. Like anime, the community mess with everyone who says they're a shitty isekai anime assumed to be Indian. Wait, what? Super random. Like how could anyone side with NCR? The Legion is so much nicer. No income tax, true. The Legion gets things done. You know? The real go-getters. When is the anime community not a complete mess? Yeah. Every community has normal people and terrible people. Yeah, exactly. It is just the nature of every community. I think the online just exacerbates some of those issues, right? So how do I do this? Select the mesh you want to transfer, UVs. Add a data transfer modifier to the mesh. In the data transfer modifier, set the target to the source mesh with the UVs. Okay. Let's try that. Like you have a shitty anime getting aired RN, right? You like it? You're Indian. What? What is that? Okay, that's like a joke though, right? That can't be like an unironic thing, right? Data transfer. I don't want to replace it. Wait, hold on. So we're UV data. Where's the UV data? Data transfer. Shit. Generate data layers for text data. It'd be face data probably, right? Do you think it's shit? Is it face data that I'm transferring? What am I transferring here? Is face data in the UVs? Topology mapping, radius distance. Dude, I got a piece so bad. But I want to figure this out. Look. Yeah, like Joey Toro community. Yeah, who's the most radical person in our community? Not naming names, Pikaku. Self-report. That was supposed to send for my alt account, Nerdy Punk Dev. My bad. Oh, it's okay. I understand. I'll pretend like it was Nerdy Punk Dev who said it. Pikaku is the. Let's just try and do this here. Base. What the frick is base corner data? Oh wait, UVs. Edge data. UV seam. I mean, I probably. Oof. Double weight participate. Do I need to have the seams? Oh, son of a biscuit eating bulldog. Wait. Oh, I'm supposed to put the modifier on the object I want it to transfer from. And you guys can't see this, but how good is the well? Taking a radical scale test? Dude. Like you're trying to figure out your your ideology. Base data, corner data, edge data. Can I give this is it like a political compass test kind of thing? Shit. Please don't break on me. Should I do it now? I'll do the political compass test right now. I always end up in the same spot. I like retake it every year. It's kind of a shitty test, to be honest. It is a pretty shitty test. And to be 100% honest, I have a different understanding of the questions each time. And I think there are certain questions that I don't fully understand. Okay, why are the UVs not the same here? Oh, I didn't do UVs. Okay, this one got the right UVs. Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom. The questions are worded kind of shit. Yeah, they're worded very poorly. I can do it after I do it back. I'll be right back. Can I just take the rice purity reverse? Rice purity reverse that to see where I am on the ultra right? I don't even know what that is. Rice purity. Isn't there a neutral opinion on the political compass test? Yeah. It's I'm pretty sure there is. There's a lot of questions, low-key. It's fucking... What is this? Anti-intellectuals in the US. I heard Einstein was a fraud. How fast? I've never seen this before. Take the test. Yeah, it's an actual question. Well, it's to obviously, I mean, you understand why it's asking you that, right? I mean, the whole point of the test is to find out. It is a political question. I mean, I guess it kind of doesn't really. You can't really test for ideology, but you can get an idea of somebody who certain people would get along with based off the test. Please note that this isn't a survey. These aren't questions, they're propositions. Propositions are very different. Propositions are a very different proposition. To question the logic of individual ones that irritate you is to miss the point. Some propositions are extreme, some are moderate. That's how you can show whether you lean towards extremism or moderation on the compass. Your responses should not be overthought. Some are intentionally vague. Their purpose is to trigger reactions in the mind, measure the feelings and prejudices rather than detailed opinions on policy. See, I don't agree. I mean, well, whatever, it's his test, he can make it however he wants, but like, why would you ever just go based off of your immediate intuition? Doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of making it, like, taking the test at all? It's like, okay, well, your immediate response is going to be different than what your calculated response would be, you know? All of them are necessarily biased, but we have a careful balance of biases. It's something that most of our critics simply don't understand. Okay, whatever. All right, let's do the English one. If economic globalism is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interest of transnational corporations. I mean, sure. I think that can depend, but sure. I'd always support my country whether it was right or wrong. I disagree. No one chooses their country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it. Oh wait, there is no neutral option. It's foolish to be proud of it. I don't know if I would go so far as to say it's foolish. But this is just like a question about nationalism. I don't think I would ever say it's foolish to be proud of your country, but so I would just say disagree. Our race has many superior qualities. I disagree. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. True and based. Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified. Sure. I think if you're putting an end to like a human rights atrocity or something, and it can be justified. Why not? There's now a worrying infusion of information and entertainment. I strongly agree. Wait, shit. Did I think I fucked up. I think I put strongly disagree. I meant strongly agree. Why do they have strongly disagree towards the top? Also, some of these questions are incredibly complicated to answer with generally I agree. Yeah, that is the thing. It tries to fit you into a box right away. Oh, hydro check. I need to get more water. Alright, whatever. People are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality. Yeah, I agree. Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. Yeah, I also agree. Because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulation. Yeah, I fucking massively agree. From each according to his ability, from each according to his need. Oh, a little Marxism. I feel like this is a loaded question. I mean, it's fundamentally a good idea. I'm overthinking it. Well, I'm gonna think about it. I don't know. I feel like is fundamentally a good idea. I mean, it's too like blinders guided. I feel like there's so much that it leaves out as far as autonomy. I just have to put disagree. Free the market, free the people. Sure. It is a sad reflection of our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled branded consumer product. Yeah, I mean, I think it goes both ways. I think the accessibility might I think the way this is worded, I have to put agree. I don't think I should fight over that one too much. Land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold. You know, I don't know. How would you deal with land? How do you actually deal with land when it comes to managing it? Everything is just about like I don't know. What do you want? Like fucking feudalism? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't have a strong opinion on this because I just feel like land and ownership is something I just haven't really rounded out my thoughts about. I don't necessarily think it's a problem unless it's exploited, just like most things. So I think I would disagree with that because selling implies that there's opportunity. Whereas the not even having the option to buy the land, I think would innately be a problem. Me and my West brain. It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society. I mean, is this just about like, what is this referring to? Manipulating money? I mean, are you talking about like foreign exchange or something? Or manipulating money? I mean, this is like a shadow government conspiracy thing or about investment bankers. I don't know if I would go so far as to say that it contributes nothing to society. This is another one where I think fiscally I'm not super aware about it. It puts me in the same spot as Jill Stein, apparently. Oh no, that's not good. I don't know. I would say I would say disagree, because there's surely it's not that they don't contribute anything to society, and this is something that we could also correct too. Although I guess it's asking for my, I don't know. I'm doing what the survey doesn't want me to do, or what the proclamation doesn't want me to do. Who cares? Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade. Yeah, I agree. The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders. The only social responsibility? Sure. I mean, I don't know. I'll say sure though. The rich are too highly taxed. I think technically, this would piss a lot of people off. I think this is technically true, but it kind of doesn't really matter, because it's not like taxing the rich really ever does anything. People don't realize how much the rich actually get taxed, I feel like, but it's not like it solves anybody's problems when you just tax the rich more. So, I mean, I would technically, the rich are too highly taxed. I think that's just like objectively although it's asking if they're too highly taxed. I mean, are they too highly taxed? I don't know. How much should they be taxed? I don't know. Like, this is something I wouldn't ever really fight on, because it's like, there's other ways to solve our problems than just forcing rich people to, you know, do whatever shenanigans, like offshore, or, you know, I don't know. I don't think it's that deep. They're too highly taxed. Whatever. Those with the ability to pay should have higher access to standards of medical care. Sure. I mean, yeah. You have money, you have money. Government should penalize businesses that mislead the public. Yes. Absolutely. The genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies. The genuine free market. So if you're like a super libertarian, is this your goal? To create monopolies. The genuine free market requires restrictions on. Oh wait, I misread this. So a genuine free market should require those restrictions. Oh, sure. I guess. I don't know. The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline. Well, that's, I mean, that's like it's like, it asks you a lot of like lifestyle questions. So, it might not innately be, like, everything is political to some degree, but that question is more, you know, about like social structure, I guess. Eat the pork, it's the rich. True. Abortion when women's life is not threatened should always be illegal. Strongly disagree. I like that it qualifies it too. So that means most people would probably put disagree, right? All authority should be questioned. Yes, absolutely. An eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I am a revenge Andy. I agree. Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis. No, absolutely not. I mean, you should totally, I mean, I don't know. It's like, otherwise, what are your taxes are always going to be propping up something that usually doesn't survive on a commercial basis. So I want museums. Schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory. I mean, I don't know. You should be there, right? All people have their rights, but it's better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind. What a fucking broad question. I mean, this is just about like race essentialism, I guess. Like, when it says different sorts of people, are we talking about people who have different like demographics? Or are we talking about, like, I don't know, like white supremacists and normal people or something? I don't know. I'm assuming I should just put disagree, otherwise it might put me as like far right or something. mean, I don't like that. The wording sucks on these. I think it's innate. It's okay. I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to just get me to respond to it immediately. It's like I should just put disagree because I do disagree with that. You could get into the weeds about what that even means. Some of these questions are literally, are you racist? Yeah, exactly. Good parents sometimes have to spank their children. No. It's natural for children to keep secrets from their parents. Sure. No, kids never lie. Possessing marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offense. Yeah. The prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generation to find jobs. Well, we're seeing... God, this is a complicated one. I have to put agree, because I think that is the most... In our current world, this is the best benefit, but we're seeing problems when this doesn't end up being the case. When you produce people who aren't equipped, or don't want to fit that category. I think in a different world, that this shouldn't be the case, but in the current world we live in, I think it has to be, unfortunately. People with serious inheritable disabilities should not be... God, little eugenics question in here. Should not know. The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline. To accept discipline? I mean, no, definitely not. You don't have to accept discipline. There is no savage and civilized people, only different cultures. I mean, I agree, but again, I want to know what kind of people it's talking about. If it's talking about like psychopaths or something, like culture isn't just like an ethnographic thing. I don't know. I think I have to just put agree. Right? Those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society's support. I agree. I think you should opt in. Literal Asmongold take? Wait, which one? When you are troubled, it's better to not think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things. Dude, fuck off. First generation immigrants can never be fully integrated into their new country. I disagree. Seen it. What's good for the most successful corporation is always ultimately good enough. I mean, not always. No broadcasting institution, however independent, content should receive public funding. Wait, what? Public funding? Oh, the eugenics one. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the eugenics one. Okay, wait, but this is, I mean, public. Why wouldn't you want a publicly funded broadcasting institution or something? I don't get it. What's the problem with this one? However independent its content should receive. I disagree. I mean, why not? Is this like a state media question? Is this like we shouldn't fund a state media thing? I'm assuming it's not. Our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism? Absolutely. A significant advantage, I mean, I should put strongly, a significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system. I mean, it is a disadvantage, but it is not, it is something that us liberals like to call democracy. Oh, well, alright, I mean, fuck you. I'm not putting agree on that. Although the electronic age makes official surveillance easier, only wrongdoers need to be worried. The death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes. I don't really care. I honestly think disagree, because I think the death penalty is like, I think it's kind of pointless. But I guess it is expensive to keep prisoners. I don't know. I don't really care. I don't know. In civilized society, we must always have people above to be obeyed and below to be commanded. Jesus. In a civilized society, I mean, No, I guess. I don't know. Is it possible to have one without that? I don't know. Has it ever worked out in history? Again, I have no idea. Your household could be a bunch of like, I don't know. This is like a power structure question. I mean, no, I guess. Not really. Whoops. The music stopped. I got scared. My political takes. And economic right, left, negative 3.3. Libertarian, authoritarian, yeah. Yeah, that's probably where I'm probably going to end up around there too, I think. I have a couple of qualms with the death penalty. The main one is that convicting innocent people has happened before. On the other hand, is how shit it's handled. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, I just, yeah. I'm not really for it. Yeah, that proves your tweakiness. Mine are similar, not, but not as far libertarian. Interesting. Interesting. Abstract art doesn't represent anything and shouldn't be considered art at all. True. Just kidding. In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation. Dude, no. It is a waste of time to rehabilitate some criminals. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. The business person, like, would you try and rehabilitate like fucking Ted Bundy? I mean, I don't know. The business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist. No. Mothers may have careers, but their first duty is to be homemakers. No. Almost all politicians promise economic growth, but we should heed the warnings of climate scientists or science that growth is detrimental to our efforts to curb global warming. Is that really what climate scientists are saying? We should heed the warning that growth. I'm assuming the growth, they mean the economic growth, not like population growth. I read that like a dummy. Making peace with the establishment is an important part of maturity. I agree with that. I do think that there is a level of maturity that comes out of understanding institutions, how they work, and how you can fight for change as opposed to just trying to blow everything up. Astrology accurately explains many things, dude. Yes. You cannot be moral without being religious. No. Charity is better than Social Security as a means of helping the genuinely disadvantaged. I don't know. Probably not. I mean, I guess it depends how Social Security ends up, but I don't know. I'm working on to be the twinkiest of them all. A true twink would be communist, I think. Usually how that goes. They tend to share the same Twitter spaces, at least. Twinkie does sound like tanky for a reason. Some people are naturally unlucky. Dude, me. It is important that my child's schools instills religious values. Yes. Sex-outside marriage is usually immoral. Same-sex couples in a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption. Why is this worded so dog shit? They should not be excluded, no. Pornography depicting consenting adults should be legal, sure. What goes on in private bedroom? Yes. No one can feel naturally homosexual? No. I mean, I'm straight, so I wouldn't know, but I have to assume no, right? These days, openness about sex has gone too far. I agree. I agree with that. Where am I? Wow, I'm way more libertarian than I remember. I think last time I was a little more centrist. I think I'm a little less authoritarian now. Interesting. Gemini behavior, Cancer behavior, Scorpio coded. Have the questions worded like tricks. Gotta double check negatives. I know they are worded so weird. Slightly more right and slightly more libertarian than you. Okay. I think the last time I took it, I was like right here. I was super, super centrist. And I was like, damn. But I think I've become more... This actually makes sense because I'm pretty anti-authoritarian, I would say. I think most of these came from the first row of questions, right? All right, well, that was fun. Should I get a caricature? Kind of alike. We were close. Let me see. Where are the number values? Oh. I think I became a little left, or a little less left, as in the past few years. I think I've grown to reject some more super left-leaning stuff, but interesting. Wait, where is everyone else on this? Full authoritarian speedrun when? It's pretty fun to do like crazy ones, you know? Although it's also pretty easy to figure it out. Authoritarian, Saudi Arabia. They changed this, I think. Switzerland is a libertarian empire. I didn't know that. Cool. Very cool. Wait, so I'm trying to share these UVs. They should keep it, right? UV data. All layers. UV map. By name, by order. This should just work, no? Like, how come it's not sharing the settings here? Data transfer, replace the data please. They have the same exact God damn it. They have the same exact you know, mesh. Maybe it's not this corner. Edge data. UV seam. Apology. I don't know. You're gonna go to sleep. Have a good night, gang. Bye bye. All right, see you, Dora. Thanks for vibing. Appreciate the conversations as always. Have a wonderful night. Good night. Stay safe. Be careful. Thanks for vibing. UVs, face data, smooth, topology, layer selection, all layers. My name, maybe? Why wouldn't this work? YouTube love. Cheers. Cheers. Okay, wait, let me pull this back up again, not this. Political compass, poggers. This one. Set the target to the source mesh, the mesh with the UVs you want to copy. And the generate layers data. Ensure the generate layers data is checked. Okay. Is checked to create the UV maps on the target mesh if they don't already exist. How am I supposed to know that? All layers, UV map by order? Half the libertarians I meet are just conservatives that want to start cook. Yeah. I think that's usually the case. It's kind of like a... I feel like libertarianism is something that people usually grow out of. Or like I don't know. I've never met a good faith libertarian who isn't just like somebody who's actually who's just like kind of trying to be edgy. You know, because a lot of times it's like they just choose to ignore social issues because they don't give a fork. It's like, dang, dude, that's crazy. Like, I don't know. It's very like it's very difficult to take them seriously. They don't really care about anything. Select UV map, data layers selection. This AI overview is not linking the UV map selector. Select the mesh that have the UV. Shift, Control L to link data transfer and copy UV maps. Wait, Shift select the mesh with the UVs you want to copy. Select the mesh that have the UVs applied. Shift select. Oh, okay. Select this one first, then shift select the other one, and then press Control L. Okay. One, and then shift select Control L. Did that work? Oh shit. Didn't work. It didn't work. Look at this slide whistle, bro. Crazy. I'm not quite sure how to do this. If it wasn't already obvious. I'm eating a bowl full of bacon bits at 10 p.m. while watching Twitch. Ooh, dude, bacon bits sounds so fire. Oh my god. Bro, I want some bacon bits. That sounds pretty twig. Living the dream. You are living the dream. Dude, bacon bits. I just like, I'm feeling like I want to eat a hot, or yeah, like a baked potato right now. Bacon bits, sour cream, onions, cheese, potato. My mouth is watering, bro. Ooh. Dude, wait, shift. This doesn't work. Hold on. Shift select and then Control L. That just, bro, okay. Thanks Google. You're augers. Maybe I watch a video or something.
Alright guys, how's it going?
How's it
So
going?
a very quick video for today, and all I'm going to do is show you how you can transfer a UV map from one object to another object. So essentially what I've done here is I've created a UV map on the first object. Nothing major, nothing special, but it gets the job done. And let's say for example I have a whole bunch of these that I've cloned them before, and if I select the second object you can see I have no UV map applied. So what I need to do here is I kind of need to do it in reverse from what you're thinking. So I select the target, I press shift to select the source, and then press Control and L.
Okay, but do I have to apply the array? Is that the problem? That must be...
the make links object, and I can transfer the UV maps here. Now when I click on this, you can see that there's now a UV map applied. If I jump into UV editing, there's my UVs.
Maybe
I love the sensation of meat in my mouth.
Nice. I just love having meat in my mouth. You're so real for that, Coffee. Real. So real. Wait, is it possible to shade something as smooth? I love the sensation. Oh, shade smooth. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Here's what I want to do. I want to... So the array has 70. Maybe I just do... No, that won't work, right? Oh my god, this data transfer. But maybe I get rid of it first. Here, let's just get rid of this. And then shift select this and Control L. Dude. Where's the context menu? Hold on.
If I jump into UV editing, there's my UVs. And it's a very make links object, and I can transfer the UV maps here. Now when I click on this, you can see the target, I press shift to select the source, and then press Control and L. And this will bring up the
It don't work for me.
make links object, and I can transfer the UV maps here.
Huh? Control... Oh, shift... Okay. Control L. Oh, there we go. Copy UV maps. Oh, there we go. Oh, dude. Easy. Am I dumb? I must be. But now I'm smart. Can I copy the data here too? Or well, I mean I can just shade this smooth. There we go. Beautiful. So these I'm gonna have to do these too. I don't know what work I'm gonna do for those, but one step at a time. Yeah, we'll see about this one too. If you're watching a tutorial, then who's driving the car? Wait a minute. Oh, Roro. Roro. Let me drive the boat. One day we should do a repo stream. That'd be pretty fun. I reckon. Oh, I wanted to actually hang out in the Discord chat channel just while I stream, in case anybody needed to talk or anything. I feel like it'd be pretty chill. Bayou Full buildings. Repo when? Whenever. Whenever. I would like to get... I feel like it'd be fun to get 4 people. Unless I just do solo. Unless you would want to just watch me try it solo. I could be interested in a solo repo. Can I want to try something. Can I transfer... the UVs like this? Oh yeah, it doesn't have the same topology, so it won't work. It should work with this though, right? Control L. Did that one work? It doesn't have the slot though. Yeah, it didn't quite save. Oh shit! Wait, fucked up. I was playing it with mods the other day, and like the mod that lets you get it backwards. The mod that lets you all share the same upgrades is like actually OP. It's like actually so OP. It's like we would complain that you know, the upgrades are just expensive and like difficult, because when you're playing with a bunch of people, it's like hard to get them. Wait, where's my material? Just use this one. Hello? Oops. Use this material. Are you not gonna let me assign it? What's happening here? They should make repo robots with boobies. Should we mod it? I actually wanted to do... I've been really wanting to mod a game for a while, or make like some kind of model for the game. Dude, how come I can't apply this? What's happening? Wait. There we go. Okay, I don't know why that was being so weird. Yeah, we can make a mod. We need jiggle physics. Kaku, you know how to 3D model, okay? You have no excuse. You have no excuse. You know, the world is your oyster. You can do it now. I should probably name this. And that texture does already exist in the thing, so I have to do this one though. Are these the same? Is this the same model as this? Pretty sure it is. There, Matt. Go. Can I do it like that? Shit. Wait, I'm supposed to select the first one last, right? Shit. You go 1, 2, 3. Copy data. I wonder if it only does one at a time. Oh, it does. But it does work. That's cool. It's very stretched though. But I guess it's fine. This is something that could probably be done with really stretched things. And I have stable internet. I think I'll try soon. Already have a weapon for it. Ooh. Oh, you've been winding on Skyrim for a hot minute. Dude, yeah, man, I wish I would have modded. I mean, I still can. I don't know why I'm saying I wish. Like, I just feel like it's hard. I'd have to really spend time thinking about what I want to add in, because it's hard to think about what I would want to add, because I feel like everything has been made in Skyrim. I'm like, what is this game missing? I don't even know at this point, you know? It'd have to be something really, really special. I don't know. Like, what else does Skyrim need? Or what do I want from Skyrim? I've already gotten my value out of it. I didn't mean to link it. Okay. Now that, oh yeah. Made a sword for a specific character I was playing? Oh hell yeah. Wait, that's sick, dude. So you already kind of have it lined up. Also made a Batman ass sword, and I was gonna make a lore friendly Batman mod, but you know my ambitions got the better of me. Oh my god. I mean, that would be very cool. That is quite the endeavor, though, I will say. Making a whole... I think at the time I was in a similar spot. I wanted to really make some things crazy, because I was mostly doing character art stuff, you know? And I wanted to make characters, and I was just like, there's already so many good characters in the game. Or, like... And it would just be so much effort. But now that I mostly just do low poly stuff, I feel less attached to making something that would be outside of my realm. Like, I think I would be able to commit to a project and complete it. It's interesting that these are so dark up here. I don't know what's up with that. Who knows? No. You know the vibes, Mr. Coffee. I don't know what I'm gonna do to Doom. It is the Icosphere. Do you like the Icosphere Dome? It's my favorite part. I think I would really like to add some custom weapons and shit. Maybe there's so many shenanigans with file types, I'm gonna have to figure out. Yeah, I don't know the first thing about like actually modding in terms of compatibility and making everything, making it all work and fit and shit. Like, even just getting custom stuff into Counter-Strike, or yeah, like Counter-Strike and Garry's Mod maps was such a... Like, I tried so hard to use Crowbar and like all these programs to get custom models in Garry's Mod, and I was kind of able to make it work, but it was so much more effort than it was worth, and I was just kind of like, dude, this is so annoying. So making a whole mod, and then I don't know anything about the coding or anything, so it would have to be just models. Like, I don't know. I'm making excuses. It's doable, but it's something I will just have to learn how to do. Okay, I guess I have to make... I've got to do this pillar now. Let's go ahead and make a new material, and then call it this one. And let's take them. Seam. Let's just mark all these as seam. Why not? Mark. ISO dome is peak, dude. That sounds. ISO the Ico dome. It always reminds me of Tarkov, because one of the maps in Tarkov Reserve just has it has a big icosphere observatory thing, and you can snipe up there. During COVID, me and my friends would just snipe at Dome, and it was a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It wasn't the most moral thing to do, I will say. It was a little bit, you know, a little bit degenerate. But you know, I tell you what, we had a dang good time doing a little bit of dome sniping, you know. So don't hate to play it, you know, hate the game. Do not hate to play it. But it looked like the icosphere, so I always just think it's the icosphere. Good. You know what, dude? I don't want to. Hold on. If I just reset them and do it this way, pull it out like this. I guess I could follow active quads the other way, but this is technically fine. Oh yeah, baby. Let's make it small. So how does one go about this? Maybe it's something like, do I want the same type of design that I've been doing across all of them, or do I want to make it a little more unique? You know, realistically, this trim sheet could be like a 64 by 64. I don't think it needs to be this. Pretty sure this is 128 by 64. It doesn't need to be this long. I think I was really indecisive when I first made it. So that's why it looks like this. I remember wanting to play someone to put a smiley mask. Oh, you wanted to pay someone to put a smiley mask and it goes Tsushima. Oh, okay. I never played that game, but it looked really good. Did you play Ghost of Tsushima? You a fan? So I make signals on if it was possible, so I clarified in my listing that I already had a model made and wanted a custom model in the game. I had like 8 modders come out of the woodwork. All of them were like, oh, I only do textures. Bro, please. Docked is one of my favorite games. Oh wow. I heard it had pretty high praise. I'm not surprised. It's you know, one of your favorite games. That's pretty cool though. What kind of game was it? I feel like whenever I saw anything, it was like side scroller sort of fighting. But maybe that was just like from what I saw, I feel like open world and stuff. Also just realized I'm gonna have to transfer these UVs like in a different direction, I think. Okay, this is just too much. I think I could just make them as stretched as I want. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Sock it to me. Maybe I just go below. Like, I feel like this should just be longer. Because up here, I'm not getting the same verticality that I would like. Maybe I just turn it like here. Yeah, baby. There. Would be excited for the new installment coming up, but alas, I don't have a PS5. Unlucker dogs. Unlucker dogs. Oh wait, this needs to be. I'll leave it like this, I think. Not side scroller, was open third world. The fighting really clicked with me. Oh, okay. Cool. It was open third person, I see. Kind of reminds me of Assassin's Creed. Oh, interesting. People praise the story a lot, and I thought it was good, but not amazing or anything. Yeah. I've never been a big... I feel like stories... I don't know how to say this. I think I'm intellectually incapacitated when it comes to stories. I feel like I never cared about stories in games or anything. I think it was just partially the ADHD. I would be distracted so much that I wouldn't really care. Certain games when I was young had a big impact on me story-wise, even if the story was kind of dumb. Like Ocarina of Time. I remember when I was a kid, I like cried at the end because I was like so happy. I was like, dude, we did it, bro. That's crazy. But then I'll play. I think the problem is I played a lot of like, I played a lot of like Call of Duty when I was younger, and I think I just didn't. I developed this like apathy towards stories and games, even though the COD story was pretty good. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. I feel like I didn't appreciate stories in games till I was older, and even then, sometimes I feel like I've tried to force myself to. But maybe that's just because of the games that I played, and I didn't really care too much. I probably should have. Like, I think when I played the first Half-Life, I had no idea what the fuck was going on. I was like, ooh, I'm fast. I can jump around, and I'm Gordon Freakman. And then I got older, and I was like, oh, this is like actually kind of interesting. It's like clever and sort of just interesting stuff. I don't know if this is a good repeatable one. I should probably do these both at the same time. Gordon Freakman. I'd rather watch a movie. Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think nowadays too, I don't play many single-player story games because I feel like I want to have autonomy to just like do whatever I want. Like one game that I thought had a really interesting or really good story was Cyberpunk 2077. Like I thought the story was actually really good. For everything that was in the game, it was excellent. It had a lot to be desired when it came to the rest of the game, in my opinion, but it was ultimately like a good game. Do I just want to do the same thing over and over again? I don't know how I feel about this. I could always just transfer the UVs, but I'm gonna just leave it like that. And the only game I'm excited for is Elder Scrolls 6 might be dead before I get there. Yeah. We are in sync, yeah. Oh, I didn't see this message. Yeah, about Cyberpunk. Yeah, I was just only exception was Cyberpunk. Yeah, it is hard. Yeah, I think it's because of how short Cyberpunk's story was, at least in my opinion. Because Cyberpunk's story was very, very short, and for everything that was in the game, I thought it was excellent. But the problem is just that like there wasn't a ton of stuff in the game, and the story was relatively short. But all of the story elements, I think, were really good. And the romances were cool, I guess. What else? It was like, it was just good. I don't know, it was a good story. Ooh. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna have to just do these CVs later, probably. How come the other ones look way better? Shit. Like this. I mean, I'm gonna have to probably redo this one. Anyway, Skyrim story I did not understand when I was a kid. Like, I was definitely a Sky baby. I mean, it's funny because I had Oblivion. Like, I had Oblivion and I had Morrowind, but I never beat them until after I played Skyrim. And then I was like, oh, I want to play the other games again. I want to give them a chance. And then I, like, realized, oh, these are very different. Free Sky baby. Do I ever... I guess be closer to something like this. I think that's good enough. Move these around here. Cyberpunk tabletop fans aren't a fan of the ending because you kill Adam Smasher. I thought Adam Smasher was like a really dumb one-dimensional character. Like, the Cyberpunk fan, they're not happy that you... Who cares about Adam Smasher? Why the fuck would anybody care about Adam Smasher? I thought it was kind of funny that they build him up and he's like the final guy, I guess. You know, it's sort of just like... very whatever. Oops, wait, hold on. I don't know. I didn't think Adam Smasher was very convincing. I've never laughed so hard in my entire life than when you're playing, and my character was a girl, and I don't know if he says this if you're a guy, but the first time you see him, when you see him, you walk into the room and you're wearing the dress or whatever, and he's just like, "You look like a fuckable piece of meat. Well, are you?" And I just thought that was the most awkward and like stupid line I've ever heard in a video game, and I just like couldn't stop laughing for like 10 minutes, and I had to like replay the scene to make sure that I heard it right, because I was like, what the fuck kind of like dialogue is it? Like, I don't know. That was, of everything in that game, I think that was the one time where I was really like, who wrote that? Was someone just trolling and they like wrote that? I just like don't know what the fuck they were thinking about with that. Not gonna lie, I still don't understand Oblivion's ending. I hope all hope is lost and then Martin just pulls out a fire sword of Akatosh out of his ass, but you know, all divine intervention, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he's one-dimensional, but they don't like it because he's supposed to be like the scariest dude in the verse, and you just kind of murder him. Well, the funny part about that was my first playthrough in the game was I just did melee only, and once I got gorilla arms, I was literally unkillable, and I maxed everything in strength. And this was before, I think they nerfed strength at one point, and this was like before they nerfed it. And so I was just punching everything to death, and when I got to Adam Smasher, I just beat him down in like 5 seconds. And it was like so anticlimactic. It was super funny. He's supposed to be just a wall. Yeah, you look like a piece of meat. It was in fact very funny. Yeah, that was a very funny. Melee is busted in Cyberpunk. Yeah, it is. I loved it. I thought it was fun. I didn't like the gunplay in Cyberpunk. I thought Cyberpunk was not very good. Even post fixes, I never had problems with the bugs really. There were a couple bugs that were visual gags more than anything. I think some of the fall distance stuff was broken. That was kind of frustrating. But everything else was just like not that big of a deal for me. So I didn't really mind it too much for like the bugs, but the gunplay felt a little too floaty for me. I wasn't super fun. I was using pistols. It took me like 20 minutes to take down Smasher. Oh no. It took that long? Were you playing on the hardest difficulty? He is pretty tanky, but melee was just broken. I mean, I did every ending, so I think each time I might have done it a little bit differently, but that was one game where even though I did like the story, sometimes it felt like I didn't know what was happening. I was like, that was like a cool story, but I'm not quite sure why we're doing this right now specifically. I like the character components were really good though. Maybe I just select one at a time here. Where is this? Wait, where is this? Oh, this is this one. Oh, okay. It's not very replayable for me, but the different endings did have me thinking for a while. Yeah, I felt that same way. Like I have no desire to go back and play the game. My friends were really bugging me to play it when it got reworked. They're like, dude, it's so good now. Like, you're just objectively wrong to think that it's like not that it's like not good anymore. I'm like, okay. But I don't know. Is this the same one here? No, I just suck at video games. I mean, Cyberpunk is pretty easy to cheese if you use one of the the OP, you know, strats. So if you are a, I think I should do this either way, to be honest. If you are a melee enjoyer, the game is free 99. I will say. And it was quite fun. Melee was pretty cool. Go back to 90 here. Do you even need a UV edit? What, these ones? What do you mean? You don't like the edits here? How are you doing, by the way? There you go. What's up? I almost never go into games with builds in mind. I just kind of raw dog it. That's why I always do melee first. Melee is like my litmus test. You know what I mean? Do I even need a UV edit this? Probably not, but I would just feel better knowing that the top looks a certain way. You know what I mean? Because you aren't gonna see it realistically, but I will unironically sleep better at night just knowing that it's done this way. It goes. If that makes sense. Oh, I did it. Oops. This is like probably fine, I think. Also, never use melee in games. I never use bows in games in with swords. Really? Dude, I'm the opposite. I feel like I give the melee a good try, but the second I can get, it depends how much I trust the melee. For example, Kingdom Come Deliverance was the game I respected the least when it came to melee, because I couldn't believe how ridiculous it was that you were expected to fight like 10 people at once with like a mechanic that was meant for dueling. So the second I could get bows, I just did. And I have no qualms with that. No rhyme or reason, I'm just weird. I feel it. I really like melee in Skyrim, but I hate it in Fallout. I never did a Vegas melee run. I really wanted to. But I kind of just like, after I beat it, I was kind of like, I just did like a mostly energy gun run, and that was fun, but it took too long to get the perk that lets you like blow everyone up with energy weapons. Which is a bummer, because that does just make it a lot of fun. It does make it super, super fun. But, you know. What are you gonna do? Okay, I think... I'm trying to think about what I want to do for this guy. I want to have the same type of thing here. I might have to break this up UV-wise if I want, unless I just decide that this is going to be like, if all of this is just going to be the same type of iconography or whatever. Let's just try it out. See what happens. Let me just solo it. We'll see what I end up doing here. I think I'll cap it here though. Oops. I remember the melee in Skyrim being like really good when I was a kid, and then I feel like when I replayed it, it felt kind of floaty. I always liked using the magic though. I always thought the magic was really fun. I actually need to put a scene here too. Like I remember I just spamming like Magicka or the flame one or whatever on like a mammoth to like boost your what's it called? Your destruction. Those were the days. Is it ever a minimum stretch? I think I ought to just wait. What is this up here? Oh wait, why is that there? Let me make sure that all of this geometry is what I want and that nothing is sticking out here. Okay. For some reason, I'm suspicious about this unwrap, but it should be good. Okay, I was gonna say it should have been straight anyway. There's no curve or anything, but it was because I had one select on the inside. All right, let's see if I can get away with using the same material over and over again. Is there any use in reinventing the wheel? We will find out. Maybe. Actually, ooh, maybe not. It's gonna be a little bit goofy if I do this, to be honest. I mean, maybe if I go right in the center here. Might just make a custom UV for this. Not quite sure. What the flip? Well, that just happened. Oh, but these aren't gonna. No, these should be seamless. Maybe I move it down actually, so it's like this. I don't know. This looks a little. I mean, I'm not even thinking about the inside just yet, but. Ooh. Is this a minaret? No, this is Patrick. I don't know what a minaret is. Minaret. Oh. Well, I guess kind of. Or similar. It is a tower. Kind of looks like this a little bit. It does have the circular top, so it does feel like that. Very Islamic architecture. But I'm just a dome kind of guy, you know what I'm saying? Oh, what's up, Mimi? How are you doing? Mimi 11111. How are you doing? My name is Patrick Fitzpatrick. Oh dang. A little quarterback action. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm tempted to break it up a bit. You know? Like, it's not the worst. It's not the worst. If that's the name your parents decided they hate you only seconds after you were born, oh my god. Yeah. Ugh. I don't know, maybe that's how much they trusted you, you know? Like, with a name like this, he's gonna be so locked in, you know? You ever think about that? Maybe it would be interesting to, like, match up this section of the like this part here. I could see that being a cool thing, but I'm gonna have to change this up maybe. So this is gonna need to be a little bit smaller, right? I could make it work maybe. How does Patrick even live here? He doesn't seem to have a job. Well, I think he doesn't need to work, right? There's a whole episode where he gets like married to SpongeBob and then he gets like clowned on because he's like fake working. You know, so he's got something worked out, I guess. I don't know if it's a good idea to just try and match it up like that. I don't know if I like that. I don't really like this. Might head to bed. Good night, gang. All right, fuck it. Stay safe. Be careful. Sleep tight. Don't let me bite. I will be careful not to. Thank you for coming in and vibing as always, and good night. Stay safe, be careful. I was looking up, does Patrick have a job? And the autocomplete was, does Patrick have Down syndrome? Oh, jeez. I guess people really want to know, you know? Asking the hard-hitting question. I don't hate this, but I also... I think I should just edit the material. I'm feeling like I'm losing out on good design because of it. Let's just open this with GIMP. Do a little bit of texturing. A little bit of texturing. Ooh. All right, let's see. GIMP really needs the Blender treatment. You mean like with the Windows UI thing? Like how I have all the crazy the blue UI and stuff. I feel like I want to do more floral patterns in these. The freeze I have is very simple, but this is a pretty small image. Yeah, it's only 64. So I don't know. Across the board, to be honest, its development is so stagnant. Oh, you mean just like in general with GIMP? Yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about GIMP's open source journey. Like, I think I'm very grateful for GIMP and what it can do currently. If it gets better, I mean, that'd be great. There's certain things that are very frustrating about GIMP, I will say. Like, you know, some of the layer tools and the selection tools are really annoying, and managing multiple layers can be really annoying. Like, I don't know, there's certain things that I think it would benefit from improving on for sure. But, you know, I'm not, I can only complain so much because I could just try and contribute. But je ne sais pas how. There's not a strong community around it despite having so many users and people who know about it. Interesting. I feel like most people just use Photoshop, right? Which is part of the thing. Like, I don't know a ton of other people who use GIMP. I feel like whenever I tell people that I use GIMP, it's always kind of a meme a little bit. They're like, oh, use GIMP. Like, yeah, I don't want to pay for Photoshop. But it's a wonderful program. But I mean, I think the thing is, like, with something like 3D, the barrier to entry is really high if you're not going to use Blender, right? Like, the barrier to entry is super, super high. And it's kind of unlikely that you're going to get a good understanding of a 3D program if you don't go to school for it and want to learn on your own but don't want to use Blender. Like, your options are going to be gatekept by your wallet, and unless you have like rich parents, no, you're not going to be able to afford that Autodesk license, you know? So it's like most people end up using Blender, whereas Photoshop, I think, is a little bit more accessible, probably. I think people sometimes fork over the money for Photoshop because they just like doing Photoshop. But I like GIMP. The community needs to be united under a common regime controlled by a beneficent dictator with unilateral control over everything. Yes, that's exactly what is needed. We need the GIMP command economy. It is the thing that is so obviously missing from the GIMP community. And it's a little bit embarrassing that nobody's picked up on it, you know? I just realized my opacity is super, super low. Oops. This doesn't break everything. Alright, well. Like, this is fine. I think this area should be completely reworked. But I'll do a little bit to control this a bit. And I actually do like that I'm getting variations of colors in this. Woo! There we go. Looking good. Hey, memes are heaven. What's up? How are you doing? What are you up to? Blender wasn't popular either before 2.8. Oh, yeah. Well, do you think, I wonder if people pushing back into Adobe means that they're going to go more to Blender. I mean, DaVinci Resolve is getting huge praise now, too. Although, I don't know how long people have been using it for. Oh, hydro check. I need to get water, actually. How are you doing? You're doing good. How are me? I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I'm glad you're doing well as well. Just working on the structure a bit. Trying to get some of the texturing done, figuring out what the process looks like for the rest of this. I wanted to work on the trim sheet a little bit because I was using one from before and I feel like I was getting lazy, so trying to figure out what I want to do with this one, you know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah, so I am just working on this today. Trying to see it in Unreal as well, get a gauge of what it's going to look like in the engine too. Looking alright. I mean, this is obviously without the textures. For now, this was previously the block out, and now it's getting good. But I'm trying to get the trim sheet done before I add the rest of the inside stuff, which is probably going to be repeating pillars and things too, so. Reminds you of God of War, but in Persia? Oh yeah, I definitely see it. I mean, it's like, it's very aesthetically close to that, right? Like, Greek architecture, Sicilian, Morse, a little bit of Islamic. These things. So, it's there. Oh, it's there. Yeah. Gotta figure this out, though. How to texture the icosphere. Maybe I trolled myself by doing the icosphere, so I might change it. Put some chromatic aberration on your textures to double up the cinematic look from the chromatic aberration in post-processing. Chromatic aberration in GIMP. It's gonna look 3D. I miss making things in Blender. What's stopping you? Time to lock in. Make something in Blender. Insert the just do it meme. Oh, it's time. It is. You're right. We just have to do it. Shouldn't be overthinking it, you know. Insert can't do it meme here because of unrealistic deadlines. RIP. Unrealistic deadlines. Oh no. That is something that pushed me out of wanting to do 3D as like a career. I feel like it would burn me out from doing projects that I really want to do in the amount of time. Whoops, I'm illiterate. Set. Bro. Okay. Days. Don't set deadlines for yourself. Easy. Well, you know, more so like deadlines outside of your control, right? Like work deadlines or something. This is what I think. How do I want to do this? Let me take. I have a plan. I have a plan. I have a plan. Maybe we take this guy, and then copy him, move him here. We're gonna make a much more interesting pattern. It could be fun. I ain't the one setting the deadlines. It's clients with wishful thinking. It's like a domino. One deadline late, and all the work after gets delayed. Oh God. If you miss doing in general, then why does it have to be for work? True. True. We do it because we love it. Meow gang, indeed. You've meowed your last meow. This is a troll shape. I feel like I need some kind of motif to be here. Lest this be a bit uninteresting. Or I guess I could just do one at a time and then duplicate it across, right? I think I'm gonna have to do math to make this work, but I'm lazy as fork. So let's just take a light version of this and then like go all the way here. Wait, hold on, let me cover the whole scene like this first. So I have a dark base. Oh, I didn't even realize this wasn't really fully centered. That's okay. I could go maybe about here. Let's see, how many lines is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, let's start it here. You know what? I reckon we start here actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck, look at my brain. Yeah, it's fine. I think that's fine. Sorry, I'm running on no sleep. I don't catch anything. I think it's because like originally we were like, we asked why you don't want to do anything in Blender, and then you said because of deadlines. And then what Averinic was implying is if you just want to do it for yourself, then you don't need to worry about setting deadlines for yourself, right? Even though the deadlines are set for your clients, you can still work on personal projects without having deadlines. But I think what I interpret it as is like you don't have time to work on some stuff in Blender because you have unrealistic deadlines bestowed upon you by clients. That's how I interpret it. Like you don't have time. If I'm reading that correctly. Maybe I should sleep before dying. True, but sleep is pretty important, honestly. I will say that. I, in fact, would agree with that. Sleep is quite important. Okay, let's take, let's do something like this. Let's just try and get like a repeating thing here. Big snake. Big snake-a. And maybe even, you know, I wonder if I should move this up and make it a little bit more pronounced too. Sleep can wait, you need to focus on dying. True. Yeah, we're all gonna die anyway, so just lock in, you know what I mean? Just lock TF in. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I didn't want to do this actually. I'm not very good with designs. Hold on. Let's go like here and kind of blank this out so I have a rough, sort of rough canvas. I'm tempted to refine this one a little bit. I find it really hard to work on something in Blender if I know I'm not going to finish it or if it's too much of a commitment, because sometimes I'll start a project. I mean, this goes with anything, I guess, but 3D especially, because I used to bite off a lot more than I could chew. And then once I just started locking in, I think streaming actually helped me quite a bit too, because I feel a bit more committed to like working on stuff. Even if I do get distracted quite a bit, it's like I'm still, even when I'm working and I have these distractions, I think I'm still getting more done and more committed than I would be if I were just trying to do it on my own. It's like the pressure of being watched does kind of help me be productive a little bit, even though I get antsy sometimes. Well, I'm known for making bad decisions, so I'll go to sleep. Thanks for the stream. Been loving your work, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. Also waiting for God of Persia game mode. Coming soon. Coming soon. Alright, memes are heaven. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate you coming in and vibing. Appreciate it as always. Take care of yourself. Stay safe. Be careful. And I believe in you. I expect great things. And we will get God of Prince of War Persia soon. Soon. As soon as we figure out how to make some friezes on the side of this wall. You know what I'm saying? Some sort of big, elaborate design, I reckon, will be a good idea. Some kind of floral thing, like, let's take a little bit of this and go like, I really should have gotten references for this. I'm just looking at like fuzzy pictures and stuff. Some kind of like herby flower thing, I guess. It's funny, the more I looked at ornate armor and stuff for references, I realized some of the designs are really just like random overlapping lines or like random overlapping leaf stems and stuff. And I don't know how well thought out they are. Some of them are much more well thought out than others, but I love me some ornate armor. But I should probably get more. We need gods for important aspects of modern life, like the like the ancient gods had for important aspects. True. Yeah, who's our god of 3D success? Dude, okay, I don't know if you know, what's his name? Julian Jaynes, I think is his name, was this, I think he's a psychologist, but he wrote this book called The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind. And it's about consciousness and how it's theorized that like in people of ancient culture had a much more close connection to certain aspects of their life that we're very detached from now, like one of them being, the biggest one being like deities. And so for example, like in the Odyssey, when they're going through this whole thing and they're like interacting with the gods, or they're hearing the gods speak to them or seeing the gods, it's like the same as if you were to imagine that actually happening, but believe that it is real. So you had people who genuinely felt like they were, speaking with the gods or thinking about like what would this god do in this scenario or something. And like it just would kind of talk about how civilizations had a different way of dealing with understanding themselves and how they should behave based off who they felt like they were interacting with in that moment, which might have been that perceived as being spoken to by a god, which is why they had like those idols with like the big eyes and stuff, and they would clean the eyes and clean the mouths because they were being spoken to by them through these idols. It's really interesting, or they felt like they were the gods or something. I don't know. It's really interesting. I wish I finished the book. I didn't finish it, but I really like that. I like the idea that we think about like what would Jesus do or whatever. It's just like what would Apollo do in this scenario? It's like that. Gods for smartphones, Walmart parking lots, McDonald's. Yeah, who's the big gulp god? Who's the god of buying Swishers from 7-Eleven? my question. Really need to know here. Who's the god of backwoods? You know? Ozempic, tariffs, and vapes. Yes. Yarticus. The god of vapes. Is my goat. I love him. I worship him every day. I kneel. Kneel to the god. You know what I'm saying? Stand for the Walmart. Kneel for the Yarticus. Oh yeah, baby. Not a bad idea, I reckon. Yeah, people. This is why you know, people sin too much. You know, they're not worshiping Yarticus and Walmarticus. I was thinking of like Roman names for gods. They didn't have Roman names, right? They were Greek. Well, they were Roman gods too. I actually don't know anything about Greek or Roman mythology, so I don't know how they knew the names of the gods. Did they, in the mythology at the time, were they spoken to by a prophet as to what the names of the gods were, or did they just assign them based off of what? My head. Because like, if they're naming something after the sun and the moon and Mars and stuff, did they name the planet first, or did they name the god that, and then they assigned the god or the planet name to the god that they attributed it to? Like, was Mars the name of the planet before it was the name of the god? No idea. Gotta leave a coffee bean offering at the shrine on your Starbucks god, or else brew home is gonna suck. Oh no. Yeah, it's the it's like famine, right? If you don't tip the Starbucks employee 20%, you're doomed to have the shits from coffee for months. Tragic. Very tragic indeed. Hate to see it, but you know. Should have paid the offering. I don't know what to tell you. Ain't nobody gonna save you. Oh, what's up, Nathan the King? Can I get a little help from you, please? Yeah, what's going on, dude? Are you still working on the favela or what? Pray to graphics Cardicus. If you want an NVIDIA GPU MSRP. You're in a bidding war with somebody, but you have a higher like social rating with graphic Cardicus. Graphics Cardicus. So you win the auction. By divine intervention, lightning strikes the person you're in a bidding war with, deleting their account instantly. Thank you. Thank you, Nvidious. Currently making a police station with a parking lot and a helipad, and I was wondering if I should make the parking lot next to the building or do a fence around the area. Put a little bit of space between them. You probably want space between them, no? Like you're probably gonna want space, I would imagine. What's this? Or like it on top of something, I guess. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my god. That's the open concept stuff we were talking about earlier. My living room also has a helipad, actually. If you didn't already know. Boom, 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 boom. Also sent what the fent looks like. Let's check it out to get a better idea. Oh, interesting. Well, this is the parking lot. Wait, so where's the helipad? Is the helipad gonna be on top? Or am I dumb? With a parking lot and a helipad. Where's the helipad? On top? Nice fence. I was hoping to give me some technical questions so I could be an so I could answer more gooder. True. It will be placed next to the parking lot or behind the building. Okay. It could be on the roof, no? It's a Brazil flag. So you want to know if you should put space between these? I mean, I would, right? Actually, I think this is okay. Wait, where's this fence gonna be? Or do a fence around the area? Oh. Well, I think this setup is okay. Will we place... Oh. If I put on the roof, I'll have to make an interior. Huh. Okay. So not gonna do the roof, right? That would be around the police station for protection looks like a real one. Oh, interesting. Huh, okay. I mean, it seems like you got it figured out. I think this is fine. I don't think you really need to separate these two. You want to make sure that there's just enough room for the helicopter to land. That's the only thing I'm worried about. But not thinking about the helipad, I think this is fine. I actually wouldn't put space between it, and you know, fence around the place could be cool. It's kind of hard to tell until you concept it out, but I think it could be fun. You feel me? Made you a path doing the helipad behind, but I gotta pick behind or next to the parking lot. Oh. Yeah, well, I guess I would try and do a little bit of like basic measuring just so that you know how much space you have for the helicopter, right? Because you're gonna want you're gonna just want to make sure that it can maneuver through the space. That's the biggest thing I would say. Like, you're gonna want to make sure that it can land goodly. It doesn't blow up. And then you'd be fine. Right? There'll be 2 helipads? Oh. Okay. That'll probably be enough space then. Then it's almost like an airfield at that point, right? Hold on, let me offset this really quick. Okay. There. Yeah, baby. I'll make a lot of room. Okay, perfect. Yep, that's the biggest thing then. Just making sure the schmelly schmad fits there. But I'm excited to see it. It's gonna be an Arma. You're gonna land a Chinook at the helipad. I think I want to make this go up like here. Is this gonna be too crazy? This might be a little bit too crazy. I'll show the helipad I found to save me time from building my own. Okay, nice. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. I don't know what I was imagining. I guess it makes sense to be circular. I was thinking of like a big parking lot that was tall. Smart, in case your helicopter has a twin. True. No, one since Brazil, favelas, older helis like Huey. Oh, okay. Yeah. Makes sense. Shout out Hueys. Shout out Hueys. Big fan. Very cool. Then yeah, as long as I guess the helipad probably. Oh wait, what is this? 7 p.m. Is this thing on? Oh wait, Pakaku. Testing 1, 2. Is this thing on? Yes. Schools. No. You. What? So. Give me a sec. Oops. Yes, sir. Oh yeah. So side or behind the building? Probably behind the building. You want it to be obscured a little bit, right? I think that would make the most sense. I wouldn't put it next to the building. Well, still, helicopters are like gerbils. You have to have at least 2 of them, or loneliness causes them stress. Yeah, true. Like sugar gliders. Sugar gliders will like die of loneliness. It's so sad. I cry every time. You know? I cry every time. Is this too goofy? Maybe I do something like this. And then try and have it like here, maybe? This is gonna be a little bit tricky, I think. But I think we can get something going on in here. Yeah, I want to use as much room, but also not too much. Predators, it's like a 2-for-1 combo. Oh god, I'm finding a last pair of sugar glider brothers. Hey, you're not wrong. me, the hungry fox. I pray every day. Inshallah, we will find a pair of sugar gliders. So true. Really finding the best out of it, you know. Do a little bit of this. I like maybe they're interweaving a bit, you know. Trying to make it look like they're going underneath this thing. It's a little bit difficult to make it look perfect like that. If the pilots don't know how to land on the helipad good enough, then they ain't good pilots. They shouldn't be flying. True. True. Yeah, why are they flying in the first place, bro? They can't even land on it. Sounds like a skill issue, you know? Like for me, you got 4K plus hours flying on Arma. Oh my god, you're goated. Goated. I never did the flying in Arma. We did a little bit of flying in Operation Arrowhead for DayZ back in the day, but it was pretty limited, and I don't really remember a whole lot about it. But that flying, I like sim flying quite a bit. It's pretty fun. Like I like the flying in War Thunder. It's pretty good. Is this too circular? I wanted to have one that like curls. Let's say it curls like here, so it goes in here and then back like this way, you know, like that. It's a little bit weird though, I don't know. Frick. How did the first pilot even learn how to fly without dying if landing is so hard? True. Maths plus big brain, true. A lot of maths. Yep. Flying a helicopter seems so difficult. It's one of the things that always blows my mind, that people are able to learn how to just fly a helicopter. Terrifying. Fascinating. I love helicopters, but terrifying. 100%. They're probably just Omega Chads who scared the ground away when they got too close. True. The ground just saw somebody who was brave enough to fly a helicopter and was like, you know what? Out of here. Out of here. It's over. Try to turn off nightlight mode. My monitor just gets yellow at night. I don't know how I feel about this. Feels a little bit. Feels kind of okay. I think I can make some parts thinner. It's a little bit too bulbous in some areas, if I'm being quite frank. I always thought it'd be really cool to like be a pilot, though. Like I always really wanted to fly. Like when I was young, I really liked Apaches. I thought it'd be super cool to like fly like an AH-64B Apache. And then I got older and I was like, why did I ever want to do that? It seemed like a kind of crazy idea. I also wanted to be an EOD specialist. Like I literally wanted to like defuse bombs and stuff. And then again, in retrospect, I was like, why did I want to do that? I think I just liked the suit. I thought the suit was cool. Like, dude, I want to defuse bombs. That sounds awesome. I'm like, why did I want to do that? I don't know. So I was sick. You just think some things are really cool when you're a kid. You don't really think it through. You know what I mean? Want to be president just for the clout? True. I could be famous. What does clout get you nowadays, though? You know? Oh, the clout chasing. It's kind of interesting. I feel like you could just be famous nowadays and not really get anything out of it. Like you think about like all the random people on TikTok who just like get famous, but then just kind of like move on with their lives after. Nothing really happens. Like these apps just kind of sell you fame, but then it's like hard to capitalize on it, I guess. People get famous for some like random arbitrary reason that they can't continue. Like the Hawk Tuah girl is the best example of like what like people have a hard time admitting when it comes to capitalizing on fame. It's like, dude, she's able to milk like a 5-second clip for like an inconceivable amount of money, and it's like ridiculous that they were able to do that, but also kind of shows you the lengths that people have to go to like make something out of something like that. Because like that could have just gone away and it wouldn't have been a big deal, but then everybody needed to talk about it. And it's like the absurdity of it just kept people wanting to go into it, you know? They still do, but used to also. Didn't the Hawk Tuah girl make a bunch of money from a Hawk Tuah coin pump and dump? Yeah. She did she did a crypto rug pull, which was insanely hilarious. And then just left. And then now she's coming back, I guess, because they want to do a documentary about her, which they really shouldn't be doing. They really should not be doing this. Fuck anybody who's involved in that, honestly. But, you know. So there's that. If that's a thing, I don't know, we'll see. I'd only heard about it, so it could be wrong about it. But yeah, she did do a crypto rug pull. She had her podcast. Her podcast does not exist anymore. It wasn't the worst podcast ever, I guess, but it was also just like every podcast ever is just to simulate friends talking and like shooting the shit, and that's kind of just basically what it was with like a bunch of girls. So, you know, just like a totally normal person. I think her dad put her on though, which is kind of funny given the circumstance of her fame, but you know, chase that bag, I guess. Yeah, people should be giving their money to me instead. True. Yeah, how come people just, you guys are doing the wrong thing with your money, bro? Fuck the crypto rug pull. Just give me the money, bro. Just give me the money. You know what I mean? I don't know why people invest in that though. Like what exactly are you trying to, I don't know, like what is going through your mind when you invest in something like that, you know? Like what exactly is the what is that thought process? I think I'm gonna cover this up. I don't really like this shape here. I think it's a little bit too compressed. Do something a little bit more streamlined, you know? Like that. And then maybe this like curls up a bit, I don't know. Or like here. They said do something however niche that thing may be. True. Well, I think that's, in terms of, I don't know, there's a lot to be said about like people who maintain that level of success and what people end up doing anyway. Like a lot of the people that get famous on TikTok or whatever aren't really famous for any particular reason. This is kind of like Vine. People might just be like Vine famous or whatever. But it's not like they make a comedy career out of a funny Vine or something. They just kind of are known for making that one Vine from however long ago. Whereas like if you're an artist or you're some kind of creator or whatever, like you're gonna be, chances are you're gonna continue doing that and you might develop some sort of following as a result. Like it's probably your best bet to just do what you want to do and be successful, as opposed to just like trying to be like the Hawk Tuah girl and like capitalizing off of your one moment. But I mean, I don't know. It worked, so I think I need this to band around here. Like this. It's probably fine. Bella Porch with her video where she makes some weird faces to that stupid song. Who's Bella Porch? I don't know who this is. She makes it. Oh, yeah, I have seen that. Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, I have seen that. It's not good at all. Not a fan. We call that cringe bait. Back in my day, call those videos cringe. But there's an audience, so. M to the B's.
Old music. Sometimes I wish I was deaf, you know?
You know the vibes. Alright, how do I make this not ridiculous here? I feel like I want to put something here that looks good. Maybe this curls up like here, maybe? I don't want it to be, I don't know. Maybe it's a flower, like a pretty flower or something. We're kind of getting something, I feel like. Splitting up. I see the vision, I see the vision. Oh, I see the vision. I need to make TikTok videos or something Yes. This is the answer. Fake TikTok videos. TikTok is, I still don't understand TikTok. I post on TikTok just because it's like I might as well be making videos that with that parameter, but I can't really engage with TikTok for more than like 5 seconds without just like getting exhausted and like, dude, what am I looking at right now? I don't know. And I think TikTok is a very strange place. But if you can do it, if you can make short form content, then fuck it. I want to actually make more long form content. I feel like I want to take. I should have been doing this a long time ago, but I want to like make videos, maybe about my process or something. Just kind of like hopefully share some of the stuff that I've learned from 3D or something. I don't know, because it's like, what do I really have to contribute? I don't want to do. I feel like a lot of content nowadays is very. It could literally just be AI generated. I don't know. Like so. It's so there's something about learning something from a random obscure YouTube video that you don't really retain or doesn't really mean anything, that feels a little bit hollow in the age of people just generating ideas from AI. And it feels like you don't really get anything out of it. And so I want to make content that is less like content, I guess, and more just me being earnest about the work that I'm making and just kind of like talking about it and trying to have it be more community driven, I guess, whatever that means or looks like. Still working on it. If I theory craft too much, I'll never get anything done. So that's why I haven't made a video yet. TikTok kills your attention span so bad. Yeah, I could definitely see that. The thing is, I just don't use it. Like, I don't. It's hard for me to be on it for longer than, like I said, like 10 seconds because I think once I get like 2 or 3 videos in a row that I just hate, I get repulsed and then I just close the app. Whereas I know some people literally just spend all day on it. And it's like, I mean, if you're getting stuff that you like seeing, why would you turn it off? That's kind of the whole problem. There's a lot to be said about social media addiction in general and like where we're at with all that and everything. It is a pretty big and crazy thing, and it is definitely scary. But TikTok is a weird beast. It's a weird beast. I guess I just like maybe I spawned this one off into another branch or something like here. I don't know, I'm having trouble committing to these shapes. Until the algorithm really learns what you like seeing, and that's just a matter of time. Dude, I've used it quite a bit. Trust me, like I've had a lot of people say that to me, and I did when I first got the app. People said that. They were like, you just have to stick with it for like 30 minutes and then you'll start, the algorithm will feel you and you'll start getting stuff you like. And I was like, all right. I tried that and it just didn't really work. It's like even after like blocking people I don't want to see, looking up like stuff specifically that I do want to see, like if it's like 3D or art or whatever, there's just like, I don't know if TikTok really has content that I want. Occasionally I do get a couple things that I like that are kind of related to the stuff that I'm doing, I think. But when it comes to actually I don't want to do this. When it comes to the type of content that's on TikTok, it's just not content that I usually care about. You know what I'm saying? This kind of looks like it's overlapping, I think, right? What kind of content would you say is missing? I don't know if I would say it's missing. I mean, the thing is, the type of content I consume nowadays is like streams, or like Warhammer news or just news in general. Like, I have sources where I get my stuff. Like, if I'll find out what's happening with Warhammer. I have Warhammer content creators who I watch. If I want to watch a painting video, I have Warhammer painting videos that I like. or I go to Warhammer Community. None of those exist on TikTok very well. If I want to know something about 3D, I go to 80 level, or I go on Twitter. If I want to see indie games people are working on, I go on Twitter. I go on, you know, whatever. If I want to see slop drama, I watch Destiny stream, or I go on Twitter. Like, TikTok just doesn't have anything that like I need. I don't know, or maybe I don't know. I know that those videos do kind of exist on TikTok, but they're not good enough for the type of content I want. Like I need it to be more long form, or I need it to be embedded in a community somewhere. That's why I like Reddit, because it's like I can go on Reddit and look at communities that I'm interested in. I don't like TikTok just doesn't do it for me. I guess if you like comedy, like if you want to just laugh at something, like I could see that, because I think there's funny stuff on TikTok. I can't get the algorithm to give me anything funny, you know. You like Reddit? I know who uses a Reddit. What a terrible place. Only weirdos use Reddit. So true. Yeah, only massive losers, degenerates use Reddit. Crazy. That alien, just look at the alien, dude. You know he's up to something. What a freak. But yeah, I'm trying to think. Like I could imagine shooting the gap. I think if I could just, here's the biggest thing. I've thought about what's missing from a lot of these platforms. I'm like, I could just make that, but that requires effort, and I'm lazy and I don't want to do it. Like there is a big gap, I think, in terms of like certain news, like 3D news or general news around games, 3D, and like community stuff. I feel like that's kind of missing, like sort of like a Philip DeFranco show, but in TikTok form. I feel like that's missing. And like I could do that, but that would be so much effort, and I don't want to do that. Like what I think before I ever think about getting the ball rolling on making anything like these ideas is like, what do I want to do with my life? Do I really want to just like do that all day, like edit videos all day? Like probably not. I like making stuff in 3D. I'm just gonna do it. Like I'm just gonna do what I want and like paint minis and stuff, and like I don't really need to contribute to that content sphere. Like I don't know. Maybe I'm making excuses, but it's also like I consume that content anyway, so I don't necessarily need to make videos about it. But it would be fun to kind of have a sphere of like stuff that I'm interested in terms of like 3D news and things. You ever find more wretched hive of scum and villainy on Reddit? But if you could imagine like a Philip DeFranco, but for news that's a little bit more niche, and related to digital communities, I feel like that's kind of what's missing. I guess Philip DeFranco, I haven't watched Philip DeFranco since I was like in middle school, so I don't really know what he covers now, but I didn't even know he was still alive till my friend told me like that he watches him. I was like, dude, I didn't even know he's still doing videos. But I think it's possible. Like the GeoGuessr stuff too. It's like researching all that makes me kind of want to, you know, post about it or something. But I also, it's not like I have a following of people who are going to be like engaged with that or like want to engage with that. Like I don't have a base of people that I'm like trying to connect to, I guess, or that I have already. So I don't know. Plus, like, I don't think I would really be able to stream doing stuff like that. Maybe I would be able to stream doing like research and things, but then I wouldn't be able to do 3D, you know? All that takes a lot of effort, and darn it, I'm lazy, bro. They're just like putting pixels down in GIMP. Sort of dumb drama that you can report on. I think the key is to be involved in the drama. Everybody, that's the thing about these media spaces now, is there's just no such thing as bad publicity. You look at somebody like any of these top streamers like Asmongold or like Hassan or something, it's like they could just say anything at this point, and like it all just feeds into their ego because they just stay relevant. and then people wonder like, oh, how are it's like someone like Asmongold or XQC or like, how are these people like still famous or famous? Why do people watch them? It's like, dude, because you're still talking about them. Like, that's on you, dog. Like, no, I have no problem with XQC at all. It's like, people, I don't know. People ask questions that I feel like they're answering by asking the question. It's like, why are people still talking about X? And it's like, you're the one talking about it, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what that is. It's like a weird human. I don't know enough about. I don't have the vocabulary to really navigate that conversation, but there is something very interesting about that. Dude called Lawson Cross, who always stirs up shit because he's clearly clout farming, you know? And that's the thing too, like, I would really be upset if that ended up being the kind of stuff that I was like focused on. Like the clout farming stuff. I'd be like, dude, what am I doing with my life? So drama, while drama is very fun, I think if it consumes you, I don't know if I'm simply built to handle that. You know what I'm saying? But who knows? Maybe I'm being a baby back. I just need to lock in. I'm gonna lock the frick in. He's already thrown r/blender under the bus in one of his shorts at least once. Oh, he's a 3D guy. I don't want to ban him or take any real action because I know he'll just make content out of it. What's his name? Lawson Cross or something? Lawson Cross. Oh, this guy. Wait, there's drama surrounding this guy? He's stirring up drama. He's done some videos that I've seen before. On Instagram. Is this gonna ear obliterate me? Brisbane? Wait, so is he a 3D artist? BTS Breakdown. CG VFX working for Randy Thrill. You remember seeing this? Let's see. VFX are so disorienting to me. The stuff I do is so single digit IQ because it's so difficult for me to track what's happening half the time in VFX. Okay, wait, let me see this post. Sub's been arguing over if this is AI or not, so here's the breakdown. Oh, that was this. I mean, that's fine, right? Say that. He's already thrown them under the bus. People getting mad at him. Even the editing, I mean, it seems like people are fine. Totally insane skills. Saying like, are you saying that the title is just like drama baiting, you mean? It's a hellscape there? Wait, really? Should I sort by controversial then? It's a hellscape. I mean, top comments seem pretty chill. Read more. Bro, your editing, I want 1/10 of your talent. That's the most controversial thing. This video is AI. Here, let me just sort by best. Yippee! Editing is great. Poggers, totally insane. Imagine putting this much effort just so people could say it's AI. As Blender artist, I'm a huge fan of this. I absolutely love it. As a basketball fan, I wish you turned the shot clock above the black backboard, so it would have been cool on your dunk slow-mo. Okay. Never seemed AI. Someone who clearly never worked with AI. AI is the new CGI. That's kind of true. I feel like people do see things in CG and they're just like, it's AI. I think AI as a whole more so just did damage to our brains. Like constantly wondering with AI. What if the whole comment section is AI? Oh my god. I felt the days of staring at what? Days of staring at toes in my soul. Okay. If this isn't this the I just installed Blender and made this video guy? Wait, what? And now he's mentioning that the most things he says in his video were his first time doing them. I don't know why this guy is obsessed with claiming he accidentally good at things my first time ever trying. For engagement, not gonna lie, if you actually look at this. I'm gonna get down, but so is this a new meta? One person tells the comments it's AI and the artist has to come back showing the recipes. OP did this in Blender, but he's a robot, so technically it's AI. Oh, there you go. Lying about his first time is pretty common in Blender groups online. When did he lie about it's not NSFW posting, right? Latest work, co-directed, lead animated. Yeah, I think it's ridiculous when people are just like, "Oh, it's my first time," blah blah blah. But I don't know. They do it for clout. I recently made this charity event. I mean, where's his thing? 6 months ago. This is my third project. This is my third project / month in Blender and landed this commercial job. I have prior film experience for those wondering. He qualified it though. Three months into my CG journey, I landed a commercial gig for my 3D project. Nice. RC blotted out. FR. Oh my god, guns? Context, I'm a pro filmmaker and I haven't touched 3D prior. Okay. I don't get it. So, is it that, I don't know, is it that deep? He doesn't seem that much, I mean, he's just like an industry Andy, you know what I mean? Like he's, you know, who knows what's going on inside of his head. We call this, you know, get in the bag. I don't know. Do what you want to do, I guess, right? I don't get it. So is there a big deal about it, or is he like, I didn't see the firestorm. Unless you have some choice comments, I love to watch. I love drama, so. But I personally find that kind of CG to be super disorienting, and it's the type of CG that I knew I would never really want to do, and that's totally fine. But I don't know. If he wants to do commercial work, then good for him. I guess he can teach people. Blender tips. I feel like we kind of talked about this a little bit a while ago, or we talk about this all the time, but like, it's not that difficult to teach someone how to use a program. It really isn't. It's difficult to teach someone how to be an artist. Like, if you have the will and the creativity, you can pretty much do whatever you want in a relatively short amount of time, even if you're brand new to 3D. But if you really understand like fundamentals of art and certain concepts about, you know, aesthetics to get things to look a certain way, and knowing what you want it to look like is huge. And that can get you pretty far. Like, your creativity will get you pretty far. Like, technical abilities just come with like time or whatever. Like, I have no vision for this, which is why it's taking me so long in such a small template. Like, I'm just trying to make strings and stuff. If I like knew exactly what I wanted it to look like, it could probably be done in like 10 minutes. And that's just like literally a skill issue. It has nothing to do with my inability to like use the program effectively. I mean, I could just take a real design and then put it on here, but I also kind of want to draw it out because I have more fun doing that. Let's check this comment out. Boom, 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 boom. By this sub, you mean 2 comments at the bottom of your original post? I'll admit, at the start it had AI vibes. but I defended you in the comments saying that while the lighting and weird camera motion makes it feel AI, the strange rigging and overstretched IK arms give it away as not being AI. I get anything for content, but are you making money from Reddit upvotes? LOL. Edit, what happened to all the valid critiques about the really bad jump animation from that short guy 6 seconds in? This seems like you made this to avoid that criticism. Yeah, it was 2 people who were heavily downvoted, and notice how in this video he puts 2 transitions over the jump guy at 6 seconds in the video. The guy was the one who posed in the video where he said he only downloaded Blender a few weeks ago. And this is his first ever project with full animation, multiple environments and collisions. When called out, that is clearly not the first thing he's done in 3D software. He got arrogant, ooh, and he told people that they needed to work harder to get where he's at. Oh my god, spicy. And now he's bragging about how he learned stuff for the first time, even though he had a team and only 3 weeks. I'm not a fan of this creator, it just feels like he's constantly trying to impress people for clicks, and it's entirely possible to learn things he did given that time frame. He said he put in 8 to 10 hours. Okay, I don't care about your qualifying. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, this guy has been a problem since he put out the first post. It's obviously clickbait. Phased. You learned modeling, Baroni physics, cloth simulation, motion capture, material UV wrapping, random walk scattering, emissive light distribution, photogrammetry, rigging, animating, rendering, and had time to texture this while still having a life all in 2 months. I don't believe you at all. Woo-wee. 109 updates. Oh, and I saw your reel on Instagram. You also learned Marvelous Designer, learned how to texture it as well over 3 weeks with 100 hours to complete. Oh, and figured out weight maps and fields for moving foliage, advanced particles for dust, all while rendering out Z-depth passes to composite DaVinci Resolve. LOL, okay, bud. Dude! What's OP? Oh, is OP gonna say anything? He's spicy. Damn, he's like... As somebody who just wants to learn Blender, reading these 2 comments is overwhelming. Omega lol. That's why I think Cinema 4D is easier for Blender. Is that true? I've never used Cinema 4D. Haha, right? No fucking way. Anyone who can make clothing, Marvelous Designer, and texture them all day. I made pre-made clothing, made hundreds of tutorials. Isn't that difficult if you have the basis? Most of the things you have mentioned can be learned in a day or 2. Okay, here's the thing. All right, whatever. I'll run defense for the guy after this, but you're not learning each subject in depth. You're learning the necessary parts to find a solution. You do really believe it would take you days to learn RBD sim on smashing a door? The time to do so is the skill issue here, and yes, if you want to drop crap, if you want crap results with no revisions, can do things in a day. Oh my god, hi. Hi Aaron, how you doing? I think, okay, here's the thing. If you work in production, your job is from 9 to 5, or probably longer, to be doing exactly all that, right? So if he has a team, I would believe that if he didn't, he's never done 3D before, but he had a team of people with him, and he was like the art director or whatever, that he was able to get that done in 3 weeks without ever really doing 3D before. I could totally believe that if it's literally your job, and you have like people helping you with it or no more. Like him doing it on his own is like somebody who's like also in school or whatever. It's like that, yeah, definitely not. But I don't know. I don't think it's that far-fetched. Pretty funny people are losing their mind though. You know the vibes. Just made my first model. I'm only 7 months out of the womb. You know, that's pretty funny though. Love me some Reddit posts. Love me some Reddit posts. Probably. Well, I feel like that wasn't too bad, Abernick. I mean, did it give you a lot of work to do? I feel like this is too squishy. I don't feel like plants so much as they feel like know, like weird things. Maybe I gotta cut them out a bit, you know, so that they're broken up a little bit, maybe. I completed my first short film only 10 femtoseconds after being born. Me, the second the egg gets fertilized. Oh my god, I recreated Endgame. Holy moly, I did all the CG for Endgame. Only 0.001 seconds after using AI for the first time. I mean, I don't know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Wait, y'all, the first time you won an Oscar, I had 3 by my 10th birthday, which I know is kind of low. the humble brag. Yeah, I only had 12 Oscars by the time I was able to walk and speak. I'd only made silent films before I learned how to talk, so, you know, I was only able to get Oscars in the silent film category, you know. But how many Oscars do you guys have, guys? You do a little bit of humble bragging, you know. I don't know, the guy seems pretty humble. It is pretty funny, but it's totally like an engagement. I don't know if I would go so far as to say he threw the community under the bus. I think he's just like content farming. It's the same. It's a bad publicity thing. I personally would never, unless I like, dude, I don't know what it would take for me to be in that mindset. I fully recognize that I'm missing out on clout by not just like being an asshole, because realistically, to do something like that, to know something like that is done in bad faith, to say like, oh, this community said that this was AI or whatever, so here's the breakdown. It's like, to say that in that phrasing, you're either profoundly stupid or you know that you're like manipulating truth to get people to engage with it. Which, if you want to do that, that's your prerogative. I personally would have. I personally just wouldn't be able to do that if I knew. Like, if you could do the same post, but if it was titled like, some people thought this was AI, here's the breakdown, that's fine. I think that's fine. But that isn't as baity as being like, you guys all accuse me of AI, here's the breakdown, you know what I mean? No, I mean, he actually made a video about all the native reaction he got. Oh, really? Much stronger for his first couple of posts. Instead, it was toxic. Ooh. Yeah, that's not good. I mean, if he frames the community as being toxic, then that's just like degenerate behavior, but I don't know. I haven't seen that video, so. Also, he wasn't really upfront about the fact that he had a team of people helping him. Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, posts like that, I usually block people when they make a post with that title, where they say either this is my X project or I'm this years old. I usually just block them because I just don't care. I'm just like, you know what? I don't ever want to see a post ever again from a person who thinks it's appropriate to do that. You know what I mean? I just don't take it personally. You know, it's a sweeping brush. But I certainly just don't trust your judgment if you're gonna make a post that's like, I was X amount, unless it's like an obvious troll, like unless it's like super obvious troll. But otherwise, 9 times out of 10 you're getting blocked. It's over. It's so over. I know they cry every day because I block them. It's crazy. Any beginner with 3 people experience with 3D could deliver good results because they can be guided straight to it. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what it seems like, right? He said he was a professional filmmaker or a professional cinematographer or whatever. So it's like, yeah, I mean, you have people who know how to use the program. I mean, you'll be fine. Like you'll get there very quick, and it's lit if it's literally your job. It's like I have a team of people whose job it is to do this. Okay, like yeah. The disingenuous framing though, I think, is probably just a personality trait of theirs, right? That's I think the other thing too. I think when somebody signals like that they're like willing to say something like that when they know that it's pretty disingenuous, I think that person needs to not be occupying space in my head, because it's like it's frustrating for like no reason at all. I'm like, why am I thinking about this? And I choose to have no attachment to them. Just like RXK nephew, you know? I don't know how I feel about this design. I mean, I don't hate it, but it looks a little bit squishy. Is it AI, you think? But that's pretty funny. I don't know. I also don't really go on the Blender subreddit that much too. I feel like I see that guy who does the dailies every day. Like, oh, that's interesting, and that's like usually it. I usually just use Reddit for non-credible defense, NBA circle jerk, NFL circle jerk, memes, Warhammer. People make really good. I'm in like every single Warhammer faction sub that there possibly is. And I feel like I never see the post because like very few people ever post, and like the Daughters of Cain. It's kind of funny. Oh, the gore guy, he's responsible for at least 10% of all reports I get. Really? People just like don't want to see it, huh? 10%? I mean, I don't know. It's marked as NSFW. Like, I'll see it and I don't have to look at it. If I kind of feel like I don't want to look at something that I know might be a little bit upsetting, I just don't look at it. But I also know that it's 3D, and I think he makes pretty interesting stuff. So, you know. The post stays. He remains unblocked. For now. I don't know how I feel about this. Right here. This shape. I'm gonna offset it back again. Let's like fix this up. I guess I should make this part come up here. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty okay. Ooh, let's do this. That's a little blurred for everyone. I mean, if you're familiar with his work, you can always block him. That's literally what the block feature is for. Yeah, exactly. I think, like, I don't know. I don't know how many comments I've ever had on Reddit before. Like, or made. I don't think engaging with online communities like that is ever a good idea. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm not doing my due diligence as a community member, but I never feel compelled to ever, why would I ever comment being like this? I never want to see this ever again. Like, I don't know. I've never been so upset to the point where I have to put because like, what am I trying to get out of it? You know what I mean? People are going to respond and disagree and argue with me, and it's like, I'm not going to fucking argue with you in no comment section. Like, it's just not ever a good idea. So I never comment ever. The block feature is, it is free $99 to just block people. You know what I mean? But that guy, sometimes, I think when I first saw his post, it's like, this kind of sucks. I don't ever want to see this ever again. And then I was like, you know what? He's doing one every single day. Maybe there'll be some cool ones. And then I think I saw one that I thought was kind of interesting. I was like, oh, I should like that. Also, because I'm trying to build a Magatin of Nurgle army. I was like, I need like references for like zombie and like gore kind of stuff. So this is like pretty decent. I like that he shows the topology too, which is nice. I like when they give you a little bit of the, you know, the behind the scenes. saying. I don't like this shape in here. Oh my god, I post about Scara and I only get updates. I'm always right. True. Days. I'm always right. You're just base. I don't know if I've ever like dude, yeah, I very rarely post. I like the Draven subreddit a lot. I feel like if I played League, I would be posting in the Draven subreddit. It's such a like it's such a like random. I don't even know how to describe it. It's just like chaos. Like the Arkham Asylum of League subreddits. The Draven subreddit is a fun one. Might have made this not connect properly. How important is that? But I don't know. There's something that's like sort of, I guess, voyeuristic about reading the comments only ever. I just get to feel like an observer. It's like, I don't have a dog in this fight. I just want to see people argue. And it's so entertaining. Like, people really argue like their life is on the... Like, their bloodline will be cooked if they don't win this mental combat engagement that they're dealing with some random person that might not even be a human being. And it's like, wow, this person is really trying to articulate, like, a serious argument with another person in this random shitposting subreddit. Like, I'm hooked. You know what I mean? I love it. Can't get enough of it. Only debate Blender fact. Yeah. People post anything Blender related. I have I feel like I have posted or like responded to posts about certain things, like, but I've never comments though. Never comments. I don't know how often I see somebody say something that I know is objectively wrong. I think that's the other thing too. I'm always reluctant to just like correct people on the internet, because when I see something that I thought was one way or the other, the first thing I usually do is just like Google it. I'm like, wait, what? And then if it's like right or wrong, I'm like, ah, interesting. I gotta look more into it. The last thing I want to do is like knee-jerk comment on some person's post and be like, you're wrong, Omega Wolf. And he's just like, actually, and then cites 20,000 sources. I'm like, oh, now I look dumb, but I have no idea. It's just like not worth it. Like what an inconceivable amount of effort, you know what I mean? Alright, I like this. It's kind of interesting. I think maybe like a little bit of petals coming out of this side would be cool. I follow League and NBA people in Reddit do not watch games. Yeah, I know. They shitpost about WNBA players, or at least in the NBA circle here. Most of the posts are just like people like weeking out over Cameron Brink. You know? Just like posting pictures of her and being like, you know, freaking out. That's why you link your own sources. You don't have to actually read them because they share so low. I just link a twit longer that I wrote with the source being that it came to me in a dream. Actually, you're wrong about this random thing. God spoke to me in a vision. So, sorry, buddy. Maybe next time. They be talking like they know stuff. It's not, yeah. That's like most things, though. I don't know. That's why I just don't want to engage with it. It's like, it's one thing to have a conversation in person because it's so much easier to gauge the threshold of like insanity and what you actually agree with and disagree with. Whereas like whenever it's written out, I feel like it can be difficult to follow sometimes. I don't know. I enjoy debates in person, and I enjoy arguments in person a lot, but comments, hell no. Hell no. You know? Bum, bum. Looking good. Came to me during a week-long LSD trip where the ghost Michael Jackson bestowed various pieces of lost knowledge upon me. Real. It came to me during a critical moment in my, 3 hours into my DMT trip, where the key master gave me his knowledge on how to unlock doors with my tongue, and that's how I got into your house. Take it personal, bud. Yeah, cool story, bro. I'm already in your house. Sorry, buddy. Maybe next time. So real, so real. Okay, I realize these colors are a little bit different than the rest. We should tone these to be similar. My 18 intelligence character in D&D came to this conclusion after thinking about it really hard. True. Just, I wanted to tell you, My modded Skyrim companion just led me to believe this. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, buddy. Next time, do better during your vision quest, alright? Surely it'll come to you, But, can't guarantee anything. Not everybody can be as blessed, you know what I'm saying? Alright, let me darken up these areas a bit. This space feels a little bit lighter than it ought to be. I think this one is getting there. It's coming to a close. I'll at the very least be able to test it. Maybe deal with it later. I can always edit it later. But let me take some of this color too and just wrap it around here. Seeing what is like coming up here is sort of messing with me. Like I want these areas to not, I want them to be protruded, but I don't want the recesses to be so close to the color that's like coming up here. I feel like some of the detail might be lost when I'm not careful. I feel like I'm already kind of losing it. Let's see. Ask ChatGPT to be really smart, and this is what he told me. Dude, I unironically have just seen people citing ChatGPT for sources and stuff. I'm like, dude, like that's crazy. Like if I was ever having a conversation with somebody and they just like didn't even argue with me, they just like used ChatGPT and then fed me ChatGPT, it'd be like, okay, I'm not arguing with ChatGPT, dude. Like that would be just so exhausting. I don't know. Like how do you even? You just gotta be like, dude. I mean, if this is your belief, it's your belief. But like, I'm not gonna take that as a source. Like we gotta look at the sources it's sourcing and then talk about it, bro. You know? Crazy. On Twitter, under every post, there's a grok. Is this true? I know. That's kind of wild. Shove a script that uses an LLM to argue for you. Yeah. I mean, you could do that already, right? Any language learning model. There is the I guess I don't think Maya is technically. Oh, wait. Maya and Miles, because they have they're limited in their knowledge. So you have to be really precise with your arguments. Something like ChatGPT, just scripting ChatGPT to have a voiceover. Probably wouldn't be that hard, right? Possible. Make it happen, Averny. You'd even have it moderate for you. You know? Who needs human engagement? You don't need it. I think we got it figured out. She's Cloud. I don't know what I put in this area here. seems a little bit weird. Ooh, I don't know what this area is supposed to be. Why do I feel like I lost so much detail? I mean, I know I was pulling it up, but it should have. Ooh, this is kind of a troll. My color theory is lacking right now. I low-key blame my night light monitor. I feel like the move is to just try and pull it back up a bit so I can actually see these shapes. Like this one is here. Like this is fine. But then it got, for some reason it got cut off here. Or like how the fuck did that even happen? Maybe my eyes were just so used to it. I'm gonna have to re-edit this quite a bit. I fucked it up pretty bad. I think I can go back. Add slightly, ask Grok. Is this true? Grok, is this true? Can you confirm this? Grok? Yeah, this kind of ended poorly. Okay, I see. I gotta help and test if I can go back far enough. Holding Control Z right now. Trying to get back some of that detail. Okay. There we go. Grok, is this real? All right, I think that's good. Stop. There. Grok isn't AI, it's just Kevin from accounting. It's 500 clones. Just a bunch of people in a warehouse just typing away at computers. AI is not real, you guys. It's literally just people who are enslaved that are just answering these questions, alright? Stop buying into lies. Alright, let's see if I can unfuck this. Yeah, I know that this area is gonna be a bit weird, but I think the mistake was getting rid of the highlights first, because some of the sections don't have a definitive midtone, so getting rid of the highlight just kind of killed the whole shape. And I should have been smarter considering how few pixels I'm working with, I guess. I'm actually Grok, you guys. I hate to be the, you know, bearer of bad news, but the whole time it's been me. I've been Grok, and I'm the one answering all the questions. So whenever you ask if it's true, I'm just deciding, basically. It's usually true, I would say. But as the genius Jaden Smith once said, you know, how can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't real? Think about that. Real profound stuff. Don't sleep on it. I think this area is not defined at all. There's really nothing going on here. That makes sense. There's this big tapeworm thing here, and then what even is this? Although I can tell that this is gonna like curl. Let's try and offset it. It's like right here, right? So let's just cut this area off, I guess.
That only good music can speak.
Just want like some kind of protrusion of like flowers or something, or like leaves. You know, like flowers, but yeah. So this, I guess, I was interpreting as the ends of the plants like coming up. They're not really. They're just linear kind of shapes. This is alright. So beautiful. I'm so happy that I get to spend my time painting pixels. I didn't want to do it any other way. This looks like dog shit. Wait. I thought I changed this. Did I not? Huh. I thought that it was a bit more specific with these shapes. I guess not. Maybe it's because, you know what? It's because I I chopped this up that I ended up getting this really ambiguous form. And in reality, it was like a line that goes like here to here, and this was just sort of like something that withers away. So I like straighten this out maybe, or like have this be something that curves up here. Still in the molding process, no longer in the refinement process. Although this could go down here. Okay, I actually like this idea more. It's coming back. That's okay, I think. I have a little bit of thickness down here. Do I want to have this split? I mean, could like thin out, you know. This like doesn't really do anything. I could have it curl like here, maybe. Kind of cool. Bit weight in it, but I like it. And then, yeah, I didn't really define this shape either. I guess that, okay, I actually kind of like that idea. I sort of feel like I'm diffusing the shape. Some kind of AI image generating thing. Just make a bunch of noise and then make shapes out of it. And basically stable diffusion. So, I guess this is AI. It's crazy. Why live, bros? Boom, 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 boom. Alright, I'm okay with that. Try and get, it's still, I know it's, the highlights are lighter than they really should be. Like, I wish I could just convert every one of these into this kind of mid-tone. I hope I don't lose the overall shape from it. But I think I've lined it up. Be good enough. I just gotta be careful here. I also changed the color a little bit too. I think I want it to be more contrasty and a little bit less yellow. I don't know if I should really be doing color correction right now. I'm hoping my eyes adjusted to my monitor because it went on nighttime mode and the screen is yellow. I'm too lazy to change it. You know the vibes. Oops. This is decent. Let's get a color like this. Mix in some of these other tans. bad. Wow, it only took me a million years to get something that looked remotely like what I wanted. I think I probably should have just taken pictures of interesting ornate designs. I still might do that low-key. At least I have this. But this was maybe a good exercise, I guess. I feel like I gotta sharpen my painting skills. Especially, I'm gonna get around to painting that army. I gotta lock in for that. Need to remember my color theory and layers. And painting minis is so different from anything I've ever done. Just because of the way you have to like layer and how, you know, overpowering some pigments are, and it's just like crazy. I don't know. It's so different from anything I've ever done before, and it is like fun because of that, but it's very difficult. There's like exciting because it's new. Or I guess different, I don't know. I feel like every time I spent too long before I've done it to remember what I did last time. But we'll get there. Consistency is key. I just really want to separate this shape here. I feel like it's the only way I'll get away with making this work. Yeah, like a little cross-section thing here. Yeah, and the colors here don't quite match the rest of it, but they are very broad shapes. Most of the other shapes on this, most of the other shapes in this panel are they're adjacent to much darker shapes. So the tone overall looks much darker. Whereas these have that problem of looking kind of like weirdly, I don't know how to describe it. They don't look good. I'm trying to fix that with a little bit of this. And a little bit of that. And all it's here. Very good. Yeah, this was the last part, I think. Okay, not bad. Alright, I think I'll hold on that for right now. I don't want to go too crazy with it. I will save it as another file though. I'll save it as for texture. Hell yeah. And I'll save this in the folder that it belongs in. Where is it? I think I put it back in Unreal, right? No, I didn't. Bro. Oh, Fort is the name of it. Okay. Alright. Yeah, it looks good. Let me export it though. As a binge. Yes, yes, yes. Looking good. Alright. Well, I think it is about that time. Don't leave yet, because I would like to raid someone. It would be nice to show face, you know? A little bit of raiding action. I'm just gonna go ahead and raid out Nerdy Punk Dev, but you're here and you hear me. I appreciate you. Thanks for vibing. Should be live tomorrow. Doing more of this. Hopefully I'll be able to put it in Unreal. And I will be able to, you know, get some more textures and look at it and, you know, and do all that. But if you could say hi to Nerdy Punk Dev for me, that would be wonderful. I will be there as well. Go ahead and read them out. I went till 10 today, which is cool, but you gotta be up early tomorrow, so you know how it is. But appreciate you being here. Averinict, Eliga, Aaron. Thank you, fillers. Thanks for vibing. All right. See you later. Okay, we're going. Oh my god, hi Beat. How you doing? We're about to raid Nerdy. God. All right, fine. Okay, we got to end on that. I got. Thanks, Ro. Nice texture. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Beat. We're gonna go see Nerdy. Thanks for the rickroll. All right, I'll see you later. Peace.